This is this sounds like Miss Somebody is bucking for a position in the Trump cabinet. Let's listen.
What did Trump do to get the weapons flowing? He created a loan system. They're sitting on $10 to $12 trillion of critical minerals in Ukraine. They could be the richest country in all of Europe. I don't want to give that money and those assets to Putin to share with China. If we help Ukraine now, they can become the best business partner we ever dreamed of. That $10 to $12 trillion of critical mineral assets could be used by Ukraine and the West, not given to Putin and China. This is a very big deal how Ukraine...
Hey, you know what's extra ridiculous is I can't remember any of these psychopaths mentioning this mineral thing until just now.
Yeah, the trillions of minerals. There's a lot of things about that.
I remember freedom, democracy. If we don't stop Putin there, he's going to go on to the rest of Europe.
Yeah.
I remember all that stuff, but I don't remember anything about minerals.
No. Biolabs was one.
Nothing about trillions of dollars in minerals.
That's weird. You think that?
That's where you think that would have been top
pretty important.
Wow. And you know, those mineral resources, they help power cell phones, Kurt. And so that way Lindsey can play Candy Crush in committee meetings. And let's keep in mind, this guy
actually surfing grinding.
This is the same guy who was demanding that Ukraine lower the draft age.
Lower it?
Yes. So he could buy more ties like that. Okay, there's more to this.
Ends. Let's help them win a war we can't afford to lose. Let's find a solution to this war. But they're sitting on a gold mine to give Putin $10 or $12 trillion of critical minerals that he will share with China is ridiculous.
I want.
So there you go. Here, exactly. If this doesn't wake up the last of the Ukraine supporters, nothing will. You can just believe at this point they're on board with warmonger Graham. That's it.
I just don't want Russia to get those minerals.
Bono has reassured liberals the mineral wealth will be used to ship his overstocked CDs to grateful Africans.
Don't do that to them.
That's what they're going to do.
The music aids, don't give that to Africa.
Jack Spitz says, imagine publicly admitting it's all about grabbing their resources.
Well, it's trillions of dollars, and it's about Russia not sharing with China.
Yeah. Grabbing their resources better than grabbing their pussies, Sean Penn said, as he's grabbing someone's pussy.
It's a war we can't afford to lose. Sean, you wish.
All right, let's. All right, I didn't know he was going to say that. Okay. Hello, everybody. I'm a little bit. It was a long day. Hey, Suzu, you're first. Scott. Filthiness. Aaron, Eddie Eagle. Abandoned Plays. Hey, David. I don't really have news except I can talk a little that there's hope. Hey, Frank. CJU. Why did GTII freeze at 11 today? I didn't see it. So I can't help. I don't know that answer. I was talking about it then. It wasn't a liquid lunch. Well, it was liquids like coffee, sparkling water, tea, cappuccino. But it wasn't the liquids you're thinking. Although it was tempting. It was tempting. But temptation did not win. All right, I'm regretting. I'm regretting this because I'm feeling tired. But let's see what we can do. Hey, Catherine. RW. Oh, it sucked today? Well, let's look at some of the scores. Hello, it's me. I came back and my dog, poor guy, he doesn't have complete control of his enthusiasms, I guess. And he smashed his schnoz into something. So it started bleeding. But he's doing all right. Yeah, I see what you mean, RW. I don't see a whole lot of shaking going on. It's just Dullsville. They have this expression, sell in May and go away. Sometimes you find out why there are such expressions like that. Hey, it's me, toe cramp. Yeah, I know. He's asleep right now. And I've made a promise to him that I'll take him out later on. All right, let me just no particular order, but I just was sitting here. I hadn't had a chance to check in various possible points of interest, and this struck my eye. This is written by Martin Armstrong. Today, Hillary releases merchandise ahead of endorsement. The Democrats are preparing to switch out the only candidate they have permitted to run. The mainstream media has begun reporting on Biden's faults in a calculated move to prepare the public for the big switch. The Democrats believe Hillary Clinton is the only one who could beat Donald Trump. She secured the popular vote in 2018, and they know she is not merely aligned with the establishment, but is also one of the ringleaders. Why else would a quote unquote former politician begin releasing merchandise? The reason I'm reading this is the first time I've seen in kind of what I would consider the big boys blogging, somebody agree with me that, you know, not only could they switch out Biden, it's probably going to be Hillary. All right. Hillary took to social media amid the Trump witch hunt trial to boast that she was right all along. Quote, turns out she was right all along, unquote, has become Clinton's new catchphrase and reminds the public why they simply cannot stand this smug woman. Her merchandise features her new phrase along with an image of her sipping tea. Quote, we recently had some new merch. I hate that word, merch. Merch made based on a phrase I hear a lot. The design happened to be finalized today. With your purchase, you'll support Onward Together groups defending democracy and get a pretty great mug to sip tea from, unquote, Hillary wrote in a post to Instagram. Clinton is also poking fun at her past illegal activities that Trump attacked her on to downplay their seriousness. Quote, but her emails, unquote, is another catchphrase that people can purchase on hats, shirts, tote bags, and mugs. She also has released a number of items highlighting abortion, as she believes that one-issue voters will automatically vote her in. Quote, it shouldn't be harder to obtain an abortion than an AR-15, unquote, one of her slogans says. Quote, none of us should accept a future in which our daughters and granddaughters have fewer rights than we do, unquote, another reads. Similar to how Joe Biden demanded all Black Americans cast a vote for him, saying their entire race would be in question if they did not vote blue, Hillary wrongly assumes all women will vote for her. She came out the other week to blame women voters for her last election loss, stating that they expected her to, quote, be perfect, unquote, and they let her down. Quote, they left me because they just couldn't take a risk on me. Because as a woman, I'm supposed to be perfect. They were willing to take a risk on Trump, who had a long list of, let's call them flaws, to illustrate his imperfection, because he was a man. And they could envision a man as president and commander in chief, unquote, she told the news outlet. Forget wars or the cost of living crisis. Why doesn't half the population want abortions above all else? You know, I guess if half the population's mothers had access to abortions as if they were like it washing your hands, maybe half the population wouldn't be here. Clinton is completely out of touch with the average American. The super PAC supporting her merchandise is the same one she personally created in 2016 when she was a presidential nominee. Donald Trump has every outlet imaginable creating merchandise in his favor because he is extremely popular with the people. Hillary is using her own political organization, Onward Together, to begin campaigning. Hear that? She's beginning to campaign. Onward Together is an American political action organization founded by Hillary Clinton, the former U.S. Secretary of State, where she sold access to her office, moved top secret emails to her private residence in her bathroom, and started a war with Libya that has left women in slavery in Libya. And 2016 presidential nominee Hillary Clinton to fundraise for progressive political groups, including Swing Left, Indivisible, Color of Change, Emerge America, and Run for Something, unquote. Onward, this is now Martin again. Onward Together supports the establishment, primarily women within it. The group has raised $63 million for Democratic establishment candidates and progressive organizations. To support those narratives, it donates to partners like Black Lives Matter and Planned Parenthood. As you can see in the video above, Onward Together would like to position itself as a group that helps those skeptical of government, yet it is represented and supported by the deep state. Hillary Clinton simply will not accept that the American people do not want her as their president. It will not prevent her from attempting to run for POTUS again this November. Get ready for it. Okay, the other thing, oh God, I don't want to read that. Let's just see what he says here. Okay, so this is on the Ukraine, and this again is Martin Armstrong. Lindsey Graham on the real reason behind Ukraine. What happened to the story that, quote, Putin attacked Ukraine unprovoked and Ukraine was just defending itself, etc., unquote. Now suddenly the problem is the natural resources in Donbass, not Ukraine itself. The first victim in war is always the truth. These people have never told the truth about any war ever. I have stated before that there is a huge natural gas reserve under the Crimea. All the neocons are doing is constantly trying to conquer Russia and bankrupt it so they can invade, and it has been the same scenario constantly. Obama wanted to invade Syria, and Putin came to their aid. This was all about a pipeline they wanted to put through Syria to cut off Russian energy sales to Europe. The neocons orchestrated the blowing up of Nord Stream. That undermined Germany and Europe. But as Victoria Nuland famously said, quote, buck the EU, unquote. The question of Palestinian reserves was confirmed back in 2019. I covered the gas reserves in Syria's occupied Golan Heights in 2017 involving Genie oil. Obama wanted to invade Syria, all for pipelines. What the press reports never connect is the dots. Obama was pushing for a pipeline through Syria to stop Russia from supplying energy to Europe. This has been a war against Russia for decades. The neocons, after blowing up Nord Stream, promised to pay for a pipeline from Nigeria to Europe. When the Niger coup took place, that was why Victoria Nuland was on a plane to Niger. U.S. taxpayers fund the neocons' dreams of war. We blow up Nord Stream and then pay for a pipeline from Nigeria. The deal with Nigeria was that they had to be the first digital currency guinea pig, and the U.S. taxpayer would fund a pipeline from Nigeria to Europe to cut off energy sales from Russia. Now, Lindsey Graham has come out and admitted that the quote unquote resources under Crimea, are worth 10 to 12 trillion dollars. And this is again to stop Russia from gaining that natural gas. As I have said before, that's Martin Armstrong, was solicited to put in $10 billion to take over Russia back in 1999. I refused. The story was that I would earn 10x that amount. They were looking at the vast wealth of natural resources. Make no mistake, this is a conquest agenda to strip Russia of all its assets. Napoleon and Hitler attempted the same for the same reasons. In 1917, Russia had the largest gold reserves ever in the world. They hid them so the communists would not get them. To this day, nobody knows where those gold reserves are. Our sources are saying that the Ukrainian casualties, civilian and military, will most likely exceed 1 million souls. As I said before, nobody expected the Ukraine to win. This has been all about weakening Russia, and then NATO will walk in. Nobody cares anything about the Ukrainian people. This was not about protecting the poor Syrians from chemical weapons from the government. It was about a pipeline. It was always a lie. I was in Japan, this is Martin Armstrong, when there was a huge protest against sending troops to the Gulf War. Japan, after World War II, was restricted, and its constitution prohibited its troops from being more than 200 miles offshore. They could not send troops to Iraq. So those in power wanted to change the Constitution to be able to send troops. The people blamed their military, who always were also neocons, for bringing Japan to destruction. All I ever heard was an apology for their government in World War II. One day the West will wake up and come to the same conclusion. We are being betrayed by the enemies within. Our children will be sent to die for their personal hatreds and their goals of limitless wealth. In his Face the Nation interview, Lindsey Graham said the same shite I was told back in 1999. Get Russia's wealth. He said, quote, "It is now time to give them F-16s. Let them fly the planes, long-range artillery to hit targets inside of Russia. Go after Putin's assets, wherever they're at, all over the world. Go on the offensive. I think this summer, Ukraine will regain military momentum," unquote. He then went on to say, but what did Trump do to get the weapons flowing? He created a loan system. They, the Ukrainians, are sitting on 10 to 12 trillion of critical minerals in the Ukraine. They could be the richest country in all of Europe. I don't want to give that money and those assets to Putin to share with China, Lindsey Graham said. If we help Ukraine now, they can become the best business partner we ever dreamed of. That the 10 to 12 trillion of critical mineral assets could be used by the Ukraine and the West, not given to Putin and China. This is a very big deal how the Ukraine ends. Let's help them win a war we cannot afford to lose. Let's find a solution to this war. But they are sitting on a gold mine. To give Putin 10 or 12 trillion for critical minerals that he will share with China is ridiculous, said Senator Graham. Hey, Russia invaded Ukraine first. All right, there was one more, and then maybe we'll listen to your questions. I got to find it. Oh, gosh. The whole world's coming against us. You know, this attacking of Russia, what Putin's going to do now is arm our enemies. Arm our enemies. We have hundreds of bases all over the world, and he's going to arm the countries that oppose those bases. Is this what we wanted when we voted for the most popular president in the history of the United States? We elected in the fairest and most transparent of elections, we elected Joe Biden with 306 electoral college votes, 81,284,666 votes. I thought it was more than that. I thought it was 83, but 81 million, the single most popular president ever. And hey, we're getting what we wanted, aren't we? Trump only had 74 million, according to the polls. All right. Let me just see if I can find, I got off track there. There was one other point I wanted to make. Here it is. No, that's not it. Russian warships dock in Cuba. Hey, I feel safer. You know, if we had elected Trump, he would have brought us to war. Thank gosh we didn't do that. Here. Maybe that's it? No. No. I forget what I wanted to tell you. There were 10 Federal Reserve members who saw rates at 4.625% or below by 2024 in March. Now there are none. I said here I didn't think they would cut. They want to cut, but I don't think they're going to be able to. The Fed has increased its year-end 2024 expectations for inflation, but it's kept its unemployment expectations unchanged. Since the last Federal Open Markets Committee statement, stocks and bonds have outperformed, with stocks at record highs. Gold is flat while the dollar is down. Oil is down significantly. These market moves have been prompted by the, quote, bad news is good news regime, as U.S. macro data has seriously disappointed, adding significantly to hopes for a more dovish Fed. Maybe 2 interest rate cuts this year and an additional 92 bips next year. The good news is that while growth surprises have slipped lower, inflation surprises have also drifted lower. So that gets to the story, if I can find it, I wanted to bring up to you. But I've got to find it. I should have printed it out. I may not be able to find it. Let me look one more place. Just in, House votes to hold Attorney General Merrick Garland in contempt of Congress. VP rumors circulate as Ben Carson announces he will be in hometown with Donald Trump. Sidney Powell wins huge appeal in Texas. Jerry West passes away. Suddenly. No, just kidding. Just kidding. All right, I'm trying to find this one. I'm probably not going to find it. I'm probably not going to find it. I'm probably not going to find it. No, okay, one more place I'll look. And if not, I'll just move on without telling you what it is. Anna Paulina Luna may push inherent contempt vote, forcing Sergeant of Arms to immediately arrest Attorney General Merrick Garland. Good for Anna Paulina Luna. That's who Trump should make his VP, maybe. Okay, I can't. Where did I see that article? Well, let's just skip it. Let's go to your questions. Now. Where is your paisan, the short killer? I don't know. I assume he's at dinner. I assume he's at dinner. Assume. Hey, Narad Wells. Hey, Brian. Isn't Big Mike? Oh, that'd be a nice choice. I don't think Big Mike. Oh, no, I'm thinking of Killer Mike. Who are you saying, Big Mike? Oh, Mike Pence. I agree with you, Gensler. But the whole market system, today we were talking about that. The whole market system, they're not doing anything about the shorts. We fight it, but they're not doing a darn thing. Although the Anson funds, let's go to Kristen Shaughnessy. She posted today. This idea of Apple deal with Finger, I don't know anything, but I'm a little skeptical about it because I just don't know that Finger. I don't know. Let's not speculate. We'll see what happens. Serengeti Capital Management's insider trading case will move to a Hong Kong district court that can hand out longer prison sentences as details emerge by the hedge fund's alleged transgressions. Hedge fund firm Siganti, along with founder Simon Sadler and former long-term trader Daniel LaRocca, face accusations by Hong Kong's Securities and Futures Commission of acting on insider information prior to a block trade in 2017. You know, China wants to take over the US's role in the world, and one of them is going to be having an honest market. She also put this out. Activist hedge fund punished for secret payments to researcher. Activist hedge fund punished for secret payments to researcher. Sorry for reading the headline again. The SEC criticizes the secrecy of the payment. This is Kristen's comments, but issues a fine much smaller than the gains it says the hedge fund made off the report. The investigation also makes no mention of whether it found market manipulation before or after the report was issued. Specifically, whether short sellers were working together to drive down the share price as alleged. The SEC investigation shows Anson of the Anson funds, remember the toad, paid $1.1 million for short and distort report. Anson made $4 million and gets fined $2.25 million. So his profit was $4 million. He paid for the report $1 million, and he gets fined $2 million. And the SEC didn't name the researcher. The researcher is believed to be Andrew Left's Citron Research. So it appears the stock of targeted companies get wrecked. The companies have to change their names, and Anson Funds escapes any real allegation of wrongdoing. And Anson Funds makes money despite the fine. Quote, a sweeping U.S. probe of activist short sellers has yielded its first notable punishment, while offering a rare glimpse into controversial collaborations between bearish researchers and hedge funds. that place big bets against companies. The Securities and Exchange Commission fined affiliated money managers Anson Funds Management and Anson Advisors Inc. a total of $2.25 million on Tuesday, accusing them of hiding payments to an unidentified publisher of bearish, quote unquote, I mean, to me, I'm saying quote unquote research. So that comes from Kristen Shaughnessy. Amazing. "2024 is the year of female presidents and prime ministers. The future is female, as if the past wasn't. The world is female. The world is female. Telling you, CB, women have far more power than they complain about, I think. Don't cross Hillary, you'll get Epstein or Arkansided. Or Trump isn't even anti-abortion. Yeah, that's an interesting. I didn't know that. I don't know that. I don't know anyone for abortion. The Big Blue. What time is Ace on? Tell me, I'll join him. Maybe we can join him from here. Hey, Donnie. I didn't mean to interfere with Ace. I just, oh, Lordy, I probably shouldn't be live against him. See, President of El Salvador's speech. If Fed prints its money, why do we pay taxes? A, to create illusion, we fund our government. That's interesting. Who's in Puerto Rico? Scott Van Dyke. Is it windy? And is it hot? I'm glad you're coming in from Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico. I didn't mean to confuse Niger with Nigeria, CB. As I was reading, I saw that I did that, but I decided not to stop. But it was just a mistake while I was reading it. I didn't mean to confuse Niger with Nigeria. But they did mention Niger once in the article. So one time when I said Niger, I just misread it and I didn't correct myself. The other time I said Niger, it was directly from the meeting. And sorry for the mistake. Have I ever played Fortnite? No. Have you ever seen the devil under the pale moonlight? I didn't know that. You're really not listening. Well, maybe there's a role for me in this world to put people to sleep. Does this guy read chat? I need to know if he plays Fortnite. Why do you need to know? I have no idea what it is. I have absolutely no idea. I know what a Fortnite is. Hey, Dan. I'll be the narrator. Nair was a raider found better than Putin the clown is bluffing. No one gives a rat's arse what countries he will weaponize. He can't even win Ukraine. Well, I sure hope that dreaming is correct. But if you aren't afraid of split-second decision, well, the decision isn't so split-second, but the launch of the missiles is, and to have missiles off our Atlantic coast, off Cuba from submarines, to have missiles now around the world lined up against us as if we can win a nuclear war. We can't win a nuclear war. Neither can Russia. But is this also, we can pick sides on the great game show of CNN and Richard Maddow's MSNBC? Is it really worth winning some sort of political points, absurd as they are, because they're not, in my opinion, they're not true? Is it worth running the risk of being underneath a nuclear bomb? And what if those bombs don't come to the United States? What if they just wipe out the middle of Europe? We're talking about the Danube. We're talking about the Mediterranean. We're talking about the breadbasket of Russia, but the breadbasket of MENA and parts of the Middle East too, parts of Europe too, parts of Asia, gone forever. Fish gone, can't eat the fish. Is it really worth it to win a political point making fun of Putin that Russia is just Poland with a gas station or whatever the neocons said? I tell you, to me, it's sheer insanity, sheer, blind, absolute human leave of senses to poke the Russian bear. I guess it's worth it in the rating wars of CNN and MSNBC versus the truth. Hey, John, how are you? Southern California. I know it was raining this morning, or overcast this morning in Southern California, and I wasn't even there. Most popular president in history. You got it. Yeah, Boat Bum. He was telling me that idea. Instead of being a real company in the sense of building revenues and a product and all that, why not just use their talent to go buy short companies? They have the capital to really squeeze the short. It's not a bad idea. The biggest threat to the United States, are Venmo users. Yes, Dominic. I love Dominic. I don't know if you saw it, but just the sheer political genius of it. The most popular president of the United States has implemented the hiring of more IRS agents to go after Venmo payments. The guy that's a Putin lover and Russia helped cheat against Hillary to make him president. That guy standing in Nevada says, and guess what? All you young people, all you Hispanics, all you other minorities, all you white people, all you whoever's there in Nevada, all of you who work in the hotels and casinos and restaurants and bars, guess what? If I'm elected president, there'll be no more taxes on tips. It's genius. It's genius. It's better than bribing young people's voters by paying off their student debt. Do you go to local? I don't go to casinos, although I wouldn't mind going in. I mean, I don't know if it's a waste of time later in life, but I think it'd be kind of cool to go in and play, on a morning or an evening, a low buy-in poker, maybe tournament, or just with one table, just for just for. But I'm not much of a gambler. I don't like gambling. The stock market I don't find to be a casino in the other than in the sense that the criminals always win over and over and over again. They break all the rules. Ann Wagman, the rest of them, Gensler, Friedman, they just don't care. They don't care. And we're left to argue whether or not we should send our troops to the Ukraine because Putin helped Trump win the election. It's ridiculous. The poker is better at the bike. Poker? I just met her. I don't know what a V-Buck is. Is it Starbucks? Hillary makes me think about Pizzagate. Well, when I lived up in Adams Morgan, I used to go to there was a liquor store there called, darn it, it's the name of that pizza place. My brain, I have a Biden brain. Not Cosmo. Was it Cosmo Club? No, Cosmo Liquor. Maybe it's Cosmo Liquor. Now I'm not sure I'm right. But anyway, that liquor store had that sign above it, neon. And in the morning, he was a nice old man. You could go in there. You could sit at this big table with all the newspapers. Everybody from all parts of the neighborhood not everybody, but a lot of people would come. You could buy a cup of coffee and a bagel for $2, and he'd refill the coffee, and you could sit there and have a nice Saturday, Sunday, Monday morning. But when he died, the daughter liquidated his wine collection for nothing. She didn't know better. That's what I heard. And they gave that sign, they sold that sign away. So that sign now is up Connecticut Avenue at the Pizza restaurant, just shy of Chevy Chase Circle. I think it's called Chevy Chase DC, but it might just be shy of that. But anyway, sort of close. It's between UDC and Chevy Chase Circle. And whenever I drive by, which isn't that often anymore, I see that sign. I remember Sid. His name was Sid that owned the liquor store. He would probably roll over in his grave knowing what his liquor store sign. It was a big store. It was a big, tall one. It took up the corner. He was just friendly to everybody. But I think he'd be shocked what his sign stands for now. Oh, Michelle Obama. Well, yeah, it could be Michelle. But Jim, I think that I've said it before. There's 5 power sources, maybe competitors in the Democratic Party right now. Tulsi tried to get up there. They got rid of her. RFK Jr. tried to get, or Double Jr. No, he's Jr. Tried to get up there. They pushed him out. And so it's basically, you've got the O'Bidens, and probably Jill doesn't want to give up her status as powerful as First Lady, being the motor and possibly the mouth behind her husband. And then, so it's the Bidens. Jill, I'd say Jill Biden. One power source competing is Jill Biden. Jill. The second one, I think, is Kamala Harris and her white husband. I forget his name. Douglas Emhoff. He's an American lawyer. He's married to the 49th president of the United States. Dougie. Anyway, he's a lawyer. He was born in Brooklyn, New York. Spent his childhood, I guess, in New Jersey, Matawan, and Old Bridge. He graduated University of California, Northridge. Got his JD from the University of Southern California Gould School of Law. He became an entertainment, sports, and media lawyer, opening his own firm in 2000 before it was sold to Venable. He's become a partner in the firm DIA Piper. His clients include Merck, the arms dealer Dolarian Capital, and Walmart. Now he's resigned. Anyway, so the second power source or option is Kamala Harris. The third one is Nancy Pelosi and her nephew, Gavin Newsom. The fourth one is Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton bringing her husband in when she needs him, like a true woman. When she needs a man, she brings him in. When she doesn't need him, she's strong and independent. And then the other one is the Obamas. And so, Jim, I think a lot of people, I'm not saying I'm one of them, believe that this administration is an Obama administration. He served for 2 years, and many people believe Barack Obama is behind this administration, certainly a lot of his same people. And so I guess if they were to get Michelle to do it, they would have 4 terms. He'd be like FDR. But let me tell you, Barack Obama is no FDR. He's no FDR. But anyway, could Michelle Obama be the replacement? She has said that she doesn't want to do it. She's never run for anything, so it'd be a risk. Certainly donors for the Democratic Party would back Barack. And he's got that electric smile and charisma. And it could be Michelle. But I think it might be more in theory than anything else. But anyway, you're right. Then there's Gavin Newsom. And the advantage of Nancy Pelosi, she can raise a lot of money. And Gavin Newsom is younger, but man, I think they change his name to Gavin Lose Some, because I don't think anybody in the country wants California strategies, $20 minimum wage and other things. I'm just not sure. The hollowed out center of San Francisco, the disasters of homelessness in LA. I'm just not sure Gavin Newsom can catch hold. The Clintons can raise a lot of money, and Hillary can raise a lot of money, and Hillary is bribable. So I actually think the powers that be may well turn to her. She is a neocon. She's going to continue all the policies of Obama and Bush, George W. Bush. She's a perfect bankster candidate. And then Kamala Harris, I don't think has a bat's chance in Hades to be the substitute in, unless Biden gets ill and she comes in through the whatever amendment that is, and then ipso facto she's the president and they run her. Well, could she win? Yeah, they may find out that in late night overwhelming ballot boxes and deliveries of ballots, because of the sheer enthusiasm that happens, that she's the most popular president in the history of the United States. But there's no evidence of a groundswell from fundraisers for her. So I don't think that's likely. And then Jill Biden is left with Weekend at Biden's, and he helps her as he totters around. But all he ever has to do is really fall, and he'll crush her as she's trying to hold him up. I think she has to give up the dream of being the most popular girl in high school, the most powerful woman in the I don't know what her dream is. I think she needs to go spend time at the home with Joe. So Jim, my answer is Hillary, but it could be Michelle. It could be Michelle. And certainly Michelle would probably excite a lot of voters. Hey, the one with the cutest baby ever, who must have grown up by now, but still have the great smile. Happy girl. What happened, Scott? What happened to GME today? Let's see where it closed, but that's the question of the hour, isn't it? I might have to go get this morning. I know it's too much information, but this morning I woke up and for about an hour and a half, 2 hours, I couldn't see out of my right eye. And I can barely, my left eye is just it's like you need to wash the mud off your windshield. But this morning, my right eye, it was the same. And it really scared me. I thought, oh no. But then it got better. Now I can see. So thank God. Although I see in double, I wonder what's happening. I see in double a little bit, but at least things are clear and I can read. So GME closed at 26, I guess. I don't see where it closed. Extra hours, it was 26.02. Scott, my opinion has been they have it under control. They run it up, do transactions, and then it pulls back as they suck in retail. It used to be illegal, and it used to happen all the time on the New York Stock Exchange and elsewhere 100 years ago. They used to call them stock pools. And Jesse Livermore and Joe Kennedy and others would benefit from them. In fact, I think Joe Kennedy would organize them and run up the price of stocks. And he'd buy first, run it up, and then get out. That's what I think they're doing here. And the regulators don't care. I mean, if by now you don't realize that the SEC does not care, FINRA does not care, NASDAQ does not care, OTC markets do not care, your brokerage firms collectively do not care. If you don't see it by now, no one enforces settlement. No one enforces the rules. No one enforces collusion if they can get it to run up and then they cash out, help the shorts that have been short, and then run it back down. And that's kind of what I've thought all along that it's happening. My analogy is of a bouncing ball. The first bounce was high. The next one's going to be not quite as high. The third one, not as high as that one. And now this is kind of, I think, the fourth bounce up to 30 something, and then they sell it off. Okay, so that's been my working idea. But then Ham had the idea that what's happened is that in the, I think it was in Bed Bath & Beyond, the SEC had a lawsuit or a filing against Cohen. And maybe the SEC said to Cohen, you got to help us get rid of the short position. And if you do, we'll drop the suit. Well, they dropped the suit today. That's as good a reason as any. Others say that Roaring Kitty is just a genius. And something more is coming. My experience, both from jealousy and just observation over years of these people that have great successes in Wall Street, and I've known a lot of them. Everyone gets envious. Everyone credits that person with great talent. But when you boil it down, it's one account. It's one decision. It's one bit of serendipity. And when the time's up on that bit of good fortune, the big account leaves, the in the case here, the trade, the favorable setup of the trade, the chart, the reading of the chart, the theory of the trade stops working, and then they never get the magic again. It never happens again. And that's true. I've seen it over and over and over. And there's nothing more miserable than watching it or trying to do it yourself, recreate the magic that slipped by and you should have sold and you're trying to. Maybe he is the most intelligent guy. Maybe he made a lot of money. They did a movie about him. He must be great. But I don't know how much money Roaring Kitty has. If he's made all this money, remember, he has to make it net of taxes, and he's got to make it net of other mistakes he made. Nobody's right 100% of the time, except for the criminal short sellers. But the criminal short sellers, the criminal counterfeiters, have the United States government, the United States Congress, the United States regulatory system, the entire United States journalism profession, professors, broker dealers on their side. The IRS even seems to be on their side. The IRS doesn't mind that trillions of dollars are made and no taxes paid. Everybody's on the side of the banksters. Everybody, worldwide. Goldman Sachs owns most of the governments or has the prime minister or the president, look at the UK, in Europe, all over. And guess what? They reign supreme here as well. Goldman Sachs. So I'm not convinced that Roaring Kitty is some genius. I just think he's lucky. Okay, then the fundamentals that I hear on GME. And that comes firstly to something about Roaring Kitty. I don't know how anyone can sit there giggling while their account is down $200 million. Now, I didn't trade out very well with our little stocks. So I know it's hard to sell and you leave money on the table. But going to the positive, going to the bullish case, I wonder if he struck a deal somewhere. And that 200 million is being made up to him somehow. Of course, it's illegal. But again, Goldman Sachs has purchased the regulatory system. Goldman Sachs has purchased the oversight system in Congress. Goldman Sachs funds the Democratic Party and most of the Republican Party. Nobody's going to do anything about banks breaking the laws. In fact, when banks get in trouble because they're greedy beyond belief and they leverage up, none of these banksters or the government is going to be even embarrassed to turn to the US taxpayer to bail out Goldman Sachs. I mean, we just have to stop lying to ourselves. The financial system should have a picture on every statement, every confirmation, every website, every glossy mailing, and it should be a picture of a black lung, diseased lung, and it should say investing kills. And under the investing kills, it should have one sentence. If you invest in the United States markets, particularly in the micro cap and mid cap area, you should know that settlement is not enforced. Your funds, through proxies, sell trillions of dollars worth of non-existent shares to get your cash, and your brokerage firm pretends that the securities market can be run as if the financial markets are a fractional reserve banking system. You don't have anything in your account. 2 sentences. But anyway, on the positive side for GME, the two things that stood out to me this week, Junk Savvy had an idea, and I thought, wow, it's a pretty good idea. What if this whole charade was to, inoculate Roaring Kitty against the charges that he manipulated the market? And he comes out and talks to everybody, 600,000 people. I kind of added the end of that. But that's a full disclosure way. But what Junk said is, what if E-Trade, his account, what if they exercise his calls for him and he doesn't exercise? I personally think there's a risk they'll just net out the calls and give him the net profit of where it's trading. But anyway, if her idea is correct, that could start some sort of, what do you call that? Gamma squeeze. It's an interesting idea. And then the final thing I want to say about GME, I did my arithmetic, which is not very good, but I think they now have $13 a share in cash. Well, the stock's trading at 26. I mean, that values their revenues. I don't know if they're profitable revenues. That values their locations, which I think are mostly leases, at $13. No, sorry. $13 a share. Is that a reasonable valuation? I don't know. In the short run, I don't know. But my thought is, Scott, if Cohen now is worked with the banksters, he's working with the flaccid regulators, and if he continues to work with the investment banks on Wall Street, just like the investment banks made Jeff Bezos the wealthiest man in the world so he could win the prize of a much ravished woman pretending to be younger than she is, breaking up his marriage, all that happiness in one man's life. I don't know how he accomplished it. But anyway, the point to my point is that Wall Street, because there is no, despite what Gary Gensler says, there is no capital formation anymore in the stock markets. It's all fleecing. It's all stealing. It's all destroying companies and destroying investors, except the chosen, mostly men, but a couple of women that write books like Leaning In or Carla Fiona, whatever. Fiona takes over for Hewlett Packard and destroys it. But every now and then there's a woman. But it's mostly these men that have some sort of problem with their balance in life. But Wall Street has picked 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 guys and taking them from inception all the way up to trillionaire status, because there are no alternatives on Wall Street. There is no way for small companies to raise money without getting fleeced. And so my point is, Scott, maybe now the banks will turn and make Cohen wealthy because he's got a company, apparently, that in one subset of business is very similar to Amazon, but they are better than Amazon and they're more loyal than Amazon. And maybe he could build on that, and with new money, he could create a rival to Amazon, maybe, or to Costco. Ham had an idea, and maybe I already said it, that he should go through and just buy up, and maybe somebody here said it, just buy up, be a financial arm, start buying up the companies that have massive shorts and start popping the short squeezes like that's a gross image, like things that sometimes teenagers have to deal with. So I don't know what happened with GME was predictable. They run it up, get everybody in, and then they take your money. But I could be wrong, and it could be that this thing is setting up for a squeeze. Maybe my question is, I can see the long-term value maybe, but what's going to make it squeeze by the 21st? I don't get it, what, but maybe there's something. I'd love it if Ryan Cohen, Dan says, just went around triggering short squeezes. Sorry, I didn't mean to take your idea. I think you set it up higher, so sorry. There's a happy dog. That's a dog that needs a hug. That would be hilarious. I agree with you. I think it'd be great. You ever play poker at Morongo? That could be the start of a song. No, I never played poker at Morongo. Go Celtics and her Celtic suicide. Ace won't be on till later. All right. Ace in another 3 hours. All right. So it's okay. I don't have to stay on that long. That's the guy the Democrats are still seething over, McConnell blocking from the Supreme Court. I'm no fan of neither am I. I met him once. He made the right call on Garland. He would have been disastrous. Yeah, but is he any worse than the item that Clyburn got breakfast at Biden to put on the Supreme Court. You know, it's all great to have all these woke agendas to even everything up, but we got to get the job done too. War is a theater of war. All sides play along to get along. That's interesting. And you know what, CB? I actually think you said here war should be a game show using gladiators in place of leaders. Leave the citizens alone. Leave the kids alone. Hey, teacher, leave the kids alone. I have a friend that told me, she's German and Spanish, but in her opinion, it's going to be very hard, particularly in the West, to get soldiers to go to war for idiotic reasons, because the internet and because of younger people's view on the world. They you know, there's people born today that never heard of Bill Clinton. There's probably people born today and in college that never heard of George W. Bush. And so the views are all changed. The outlooks are changed. I hope so. I hope we don't go to war. I don't want war. No one does, of course. All right, here looks like information from DBMMMMM. I've been doing business with the Dutch defense. Oh, I added a the. I've been doing business with Dutch defense before, and someone there assured me NATO has direct communication lines with the Russian army. Putin cannot push a button on his own. He needs other decision makers as well. But the Russian air defense is bogus. Western air defense is far superior. I don't know about that. I never said he would push the button, and he hasn't yet. I think he's been prudent, as I heard someone describe it. I think he's playing chess while we're listening to Victoria Nuland. I don't think Putin wants a war with the United States or NATO, but he doesn't want us to put our missiles on his doorstep either. But I think the people behind Putin, some of the people behind Putin, are far scarier than Putin himself. And I think we're lucky, believe it or not, to have Putin there acting, in my opinion, as an adult. Remember, he runs Russia. He doesn't run the United States. He doesn't run NATO. But I think his hypersonic missiles, we do not have a defense against. Maybe we do, and we just don't want to show it. But we haven't shown that we have a defense. In terms of our Western air defense against ICBMs, the so-called Star Wars idiocy, we can't hit them. I think we can hit 5% or less of the missiles that fly. Now we can't prevent the missiles from landing, and I'm not sure that our Patriot system is better than his, whatever that darn thing is called, SS-20s or something. But who knows? They're going to duke that out in the Middle East and find out which one's better. If Russian weapons turn out to be better than ours, You can say goodbye to the petrodollar even more quickly than is already happening. I don't think Trump is going to eradicate student debt. Oh, you're talking about the tips. That's, you might be right, but it'll get votes. If you work 2 shifts a night, you know, one at a casino and one at a restaurant in Las Vegas just to make ends meet, and the promise is you won't have to pay taxes on tips, I think you're going to vote for Trump. Hey, Barbara. Yeah, it's a rigged casino, John, the stock market. But at least in a casino, they build in odds that you can win. These criminals don't want you to ever win. Unless, you know, if you're a trader, and in retrospect, we should have taken. Remember, we got in these stocks thinking they were going to have these big squeezes. I believed it. And we should have just taken the short part of that trade. And essentially told ourselves, yeah, I know you, self, I know you believe it's going to squeeze, but guess what, self? Get out early. It's really hard to do. Adams Morgan. Yeah, really cool people. Yeah, I met, you know, the one I liked that I met was Jody Powell. I sat next to him by accident, but I was a kid. I got to hear him. Sort of near there, I would say more, maybe it was more Midtown. I saw James Carville and his wife. I went up and talked to him. I don't know if it was quite Adams Morgan. Yeah, it was always a fun place. At night, in the morning, it can be a little bit, you know, well, it used to be a little bit bums and trash and beer cans and pizza. All right, everybody can read that on their own. Hey, Dr. McLovin. New bus lanes are going in the street in the fall. Cars trespassing the lane. Oh my gosh. Don't know what city that is, CB. Oh, yeah. I had this idea in Mount Pleasant. If it sounds like you know the area, I think they should put from the metro stop at the bottom of 18th Street, which would be basically, I guess the closest one is DuPont. Is Farragut North. I'm trying to think if there's another. I mean, there's two. The Farraguts are there. Farragut North, Farragut West. Anyway, they should put a bus from where 18th spins off of Connecticut. They should put one of those hop on, hop off electric buses like they have in Denver. Quiet, for free. So you can hop on that bus, maybe take it all the way down 18th Street to the Farragut stop at K Street. But anyway, have these buses going up all the way to the Zoo metro stop, Adams Morgan Zoo metro stop, where 18th crosses Connecticut up there. And it goes across Columbia, and that street is called then Tunlaw or something. But anyway, go from metro stop to metro stop, have the buses for hop on, hop off buses for free. No cars at all, 0 cars. Everything else is pedestrian. You would have a destination that, oh, it'd be amazing. Of course, if you go to Denver now, the bums are all there. It's sad. So maybe it's not a good idea. No. Hey, Reggie Dog. Got all these places for poker. I just need to find a her. It could be more bag holders. I find, Andy, that everyone is clinging to all these visions, but if it's so easy to put billions of dollars to work and generate huge returns, everybody would be doing it. Instead, they're cheating. I think unless the banksters give a glide path, if GME were to compete directly with Amazon in consoles, whatever the hell a console is, Amazon just lowers prices. Amazon put bookstores out of business. I think the big guys, it's a monopoly. Why? Because the banksters make money, and the banksters control the government, and the banksters get the antitrust laws elided. July 4th is election day in the UK. Is the UK going, that guy running, the prime minister is, ugh. Russian stock market is suspending all trading in US dollars and euros. Well, it lowers the demand for dollars and euros and increases the demand for rubles. I think the ruble is a great place to put your money. I mean, if we have a war, it's all over anyway. But remember, Russia has a highly educated population. Relative to its resources, it's a small population. They have manufacturing. They have a war machine, which is all our economy is at all anyway. They don't have, sorry about that, they don't have a financial investment banking and all that like we do, but they could get it right away. It wouldn't be that hard. They have resources. They can have their American century. They've got oil and natural gas. All of Siberia is frozen methane. Russia has every resource in the world and more of it than anybody else. They unfortunately have to defend a lot of borders, but their biggest competitor, they're now an economic partner with, which is China. Russia has a pretty darn good future. They're not being the world's policeman. And they don't have, I can't believe I'm saying it, but the rest of the world finds what Putin says is credible. It used to be that the world didn't believe Brezhnev and what were those doddering men? Oh, I wish I had a brain. Or a memory, anyway. All right, here's the list of leaders in the Soviet Union. Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, better known to the world as Lenin, served for a year. Then Joseph, what was his name? Vasily Zhugali Joseph Stalin served 29 years. Then it was Gregory Malenkov, and he was removed very quickly after 186 days. Then it was Nikita Khrushchev, who served for 11 years. Then it was Leonid Brezhnev, 18 years. And he served so long, he was doddering, and he was just like Weekend at Biden's is. And then right after Brezhnev, they brought in these two men. So Brezhnev was one of the dodderers. Then they brought Yuri Andropov in. He could barely make it 1 year, ancient. And then they brought in, for another year, they brought Konstantin Chernenko. So the Soviets were run by these doddering old men. Now it's the United States. And then they brought in Mikhail Gorbachev. He served for 6 years. And that's where it stopped. The great experiment stopped. But the newspapers, we used to make fun of Pravda and Izvestia. And now I think it's turned around. People trust the news they get out of Moscow. They don't trust the news they get out of Washington and New York City. We got to stop this. We still have time to, well, I don't know. I think we've broken the trust with the world. I really think we've broken the world's trust in the United States. But if we could say, I'm sorry, we will do better, and set about doing better, I think we can settle into a prosperous world. But instead, we're just going to go to war for the banks. The poor guys, they haven't made enough money. We have to protect them at all costs. GME, buy the dips, sell the rips. John Croissant is giving good advice. Sounds like somebody else I know. That's right, Vin, man. I think that's right. And maybe you're right about that. I've been a little not dismissive, but I've kind of not emphasized it. But you've made that point, some others, that Ken Griffin said, I think, that he makes the prices. I think that was a quote. Maybe he does. I'm so tired of fighting it. And then that's what they count on. You get tired fighting it, and they just keep doing it. On my mower, trimming the lawn, I guess, and listening to Sir William. I appreciate that. Good times. Colby, I bet it's hot down there in New Orleans. I assume or are you in Terrebonne Parish? The algo's flipped for AMC and GME. Evening all. Avalon. Isn't it Camelot? Camelot. That was my guess on the SEC and the Cohen deal. So I don't think it'll run big. That's what Mantan says. Yeah, that's something that Ham pointed out to me. And it makes sense. Hey, Donald Beaulieu. It's a good name. I think the principal of my school, 1 grade or 2 grades, was Mr. Beaulieu. I remember he had a convertible Mercedes with one of those hardtops. Everyone was yellows. When you say the magic slips by, is Kenny updating the algo? You know, Vin, you know that, um, you know, the guy, Patrick Byrne, says that Ken is the Fed. Citadel is the Fed. Hey, Frank. Yeah, like he's sleeping. I feel so badly for him. Yesterday, Frank, after my meeting, I came back pretty late and he was so excited. He's running up and down the hall. He's like, he's so glad to see me, so glad not to be alone. And I opened the back door. I tried to, you know, calm him, but he's got all that zoomy energy, and he's boom, boom, boom. And I decided I'd walk him, but he's going boom, 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 boom. But as we're walking to get the leash, he just right in front of me, he's running, and I guess one of his legs collapsed, and he fell, and he let out this bark, howl. And he never barks, and so obviously he was in pain. His body, what's happening is he can't trust his body. His back legs collapse. I don't know. It's breaking my heart. I wish I could take him to telomere and they could extend all of his DNA caps. I don't want to lose him, but I don't want to hold on to him so long that he's hurting himself. But he still, you know, he still has excitement. He still enjoys meeting dogs and saying hi to people. So let's see. Guten Abend. Guten Abend. John says, William, you said nobody trading is right all the time. What about Nancy Pelosi, the best trader ever? And I would say you could spell trader differently. You could spell trader differently. You could add a I and a T. I thought it was terrible when she ripped up the speech of the sitting president. I just cannot believe that that's passable behavior. Frank the Tank. Hey, Jennifer, how are you? It's a rigged illegal market. It is. William, do you think Roaring Kitty exercised his 20s and bought the 30s? Jennifer, I don't know why anyone would exercise the 20s. I'm trying to think. I can't think of a reason to exercise the 20s unless you were trying to get a gamma squeeze going or it was part of some complicated something or other. But generally, what you would do is sell your 20s, buy the 30s. So it's possible, Jennifer, he put in an order with a trading desk to net out a number. I don't know. We used to be able to do it on our tickets. I can't do it electronically. Maybe I don't know how to, but we used to be able to write it on a ticket where you could tell your trading desk or your wire room, I want to sell the 20s and buy the 30s for a net credit. I don't even know what the prices are, but I'm making it up. For a net credit of $6. And that's probably the wrong number. And maybe he did something like that. So he's able to get, in my example, able to get $6 in premium off the table. I don't know what the number would be. And then own the 30s net. So in my example, he'd sell the 20s maybe at $28 and buy the 30s at $4. I have no idea if I didn't look at them, but that would be, let's see if I'm doing that right. If he sold the 20s at, no, he'd have to sell the 20s at 28 and then buy the 30s for $2 in my example. Anyway, you get the idea. He would net out the $6. That's what I think he could do. But if he had exercised his 20s, I think you would have seen the stock go up a lot. And maybe that's what you're telling me. But that's a lot of stock. What was the volume today? 147 million. Not particularly higher than the 10-day average. So I would say no, I don't think he did. I also think, Jennifer, if I were Roaring Kitty, I don't know if I would do that trade. They expire next Friday. There's a heck of a lot of premium. And I'm guessing there's a lot more premium next month. So your argument would be that he'd get out of the 20s with a profit to save that risk, take his profit off the table. But he'd be so worried that he'd miss out on a squeeze or a, a strong move upward that he'd buy the 30s. I don't know, Jennifer. I think he would downsize his trade. If he's worried about it coming back down and the premiums disappearing, I think he'd just sell his 20s and he wouldn't buy his 30s if he's worried about it. Because the premium will, the 30s could go no bid early next week. It's unlikely with all this excitement, but I don't think he'd do that trade. No, I guess I talked myself out of it. I don't think he did that trade. If I were trying to do something, I would probably sell today or tomorrow or Friday and then hold my breath over the weekend and try to buy in on Monday. That'd be scary. I'd be out of the stock. Or what he really should be doing, Jennifer, is selling calls against his stock. The premium is so massive. He shouldn't be worried. He's already rich. Just sell the 30s. Sell next week's 30s against his stock. Collect the premium and do it every week from here on out. 90% of call options expire worthless. Get on the right side of that trade, own the stock and sell the calls, collect the premium. And your risk is, of course, that one time the stock goes through your strike price. At that point, you can always buy back the calls at a loss and sell the next week's and try to build back better. Build back better. Have you noticed? That was a powerful slogan. I really feel like over the last 4 years, everywhere I look, things are built back better. I didn't think of that. That's going to give me a good reason maybe to vote for Kamala Harris. Everything is better. Did I meet with the mine guys? Yeah, I did. I spent all day. It was one guy. Although we talked on the phone with other guys. So I was wrong about the plural. It was one. And we went, for lunch, we went to the Trump Hotel, which is it turns out that is a great place to sit, talk business, get to know each other. It's amazing. Absolutely amazing. But it's not the Trump Hotel anymore. It's the Waldorf Astoria. Waldorf Astoria. Astoria. But anyway, yeah, we did. And it was very fruitful. There is a plan. I can see it. There's steps to take, as with everything, Pharaoh. And I personally recommend that those steps be taken behind the scenes, not out in the open. Here's the issue, Pharaoh. If GTII has the number that I hear, and no one knows this for sure, and as I tell you over and over again, a very senior retired Amex, American Stock Exchange forensic officer believes it's all malarkey. There's no way there's a short position in GTII. In his opinion, there's systems in place. The data that Tom Ronk gives and FINRA gives do not reflect, in his opinion, do not reflect buybacks of shares, only entering the orders, which I think are illegal anyway, entering the orders under the Reg Show exemption, which says you didn't locate the stock, you didn't borrow the stock, you don't own the stock. And this Amex guy's opinion is that the systems are in place. Those clients are so honorable and so important that the broker dealers and the market makers accept the orders in the flurry of trading. I mean, Lord knows GTII needs these exemptions, and Finger does, and Mullen does, and MMAT and CAUD, because of the flurry, the hubbub, the Penn Central Station nature of the trading. It's happening so quickly. We can't check the locate, and we don't have high-speed computers anymore. We're all of a sudden we're back in the 19th century, and we have to have an exemption. All right. Well, if you buy that argument that the exemption is there to help the markets move more quickly and expeditiously, expialidocious, well, it's his argument, the Amex guy, that these people just sell quickly and then they cover later. And it's all algorithmic. They're nipping pennies and parts of pennies every time. And that at the end of the day, Ronk's numbers, FINRA's numbers don't show a balancing of the trades. I think it's completely, I think parts of that theory make sense, the algorithmic trading. I think the abuse of Reg Show makes sense. And I think it makes sense in highly active stocks like GME or AMC, and that which you haven't followed. And there's no way on God's green earth that you can even tell what's going on when you see the trading. You just guess. But in these two stocks, I do believe, not just because of my watching, but Ham watches and others, I don't see the covering. I think the theory that the Amex guy purports or proffers or puts forth, that the numbers that FINRA reports are wrong, I don't think that theory is really a good one. It's not predictive. The theory is not predictive. Ham's theory has been predictive. And the short selling has been predictive at times. The problem is the overwhelming, grinding, boring, day in and day out majority of the time, the criminals win just by selling. Their only discipline, if you can call it that, is just keep selling. Just keep counterfeiting. Keep selling stock into existence that doesn't exist. And Gruber Gensler has their back. Ann Wagner has their back. Adina Friedman has their back. But they don't, so they're not emotional. They do it through computers. They also do it across hundreds of names. The last lawsuit against by the SEC against Kurt Kramer said he's a two-time recidivist, but it also stated that he had entered into these kind of agreements and contracts 324 times, 324 in this sort of 3-year period, by my memory, maybe it was 4. They didn't delineate how many companies did it more than once. I mean, that's really going back into for abuse. But assuming some companies abused themselves more than once, maybe he killed 250 companies, 300 companies in 3 years. So that his clients have 300 companies to short and keep shorting. So if one of them pops up, the rest of them they're making money on. This is so diabolical, and there's no way they can lose except if there's a surprise. And I think that's why that guy went to GTII, the derivatives guy. I can't prove it, but the derivatives guy. Why would a derivatives guy join an obscure? Why would you save an obscure document such as this? I wanted to be a nurse. Who were these men? Who were these men? And with that, Paul Newman wins his case in the verdict. So the system is just set up, and it's like waves washing on the sands. It won't stop. No one's going to change the rules. No one's going to enforce the rules, and they're just going to keep shorting. And so their discipline is just keep hitting the shore with wave after wave after wave after wave after wave. And if somebody's built a sandcastle in rage against the waves, and it's strong and powerful, and it's getting bigger, and people are collecting behind that wall of sand, the shorts just keep selling in waves and waves and waves and waves and waves, and that sand wall comes down too. It's an incredible business plan, diabolical, evil, criminal business plan. But wow. So I got off track and I forgot where I was trying to lead that thought. Except to say, Pharaoh, that the one thing I don't want to do is to tell you, because you deserve to know and you're a good guy, what the strategy is so the shorts hear it. The only thing that's going to catch out the counterfeiters and the shorts, other than an honest regulator with power, doesn't seem to exist, is longs trying to trap the shorts. And that is, in and of itself, a powerful business plan that hedge funds and traders on Wall Street, if they can figure out how to do it, they'll do it. But so far, it's every now and then you see something. Otherwise, nothing happens. So, Pharaoh, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to tell you what's going to happen. I don't want to tell you the strategy. I don't. If I were magically in charge, I'd get rid of that guy from Chicago. I would either directly or indirectly try to sit down with Reichman and hear what he wants. What are your goals? And I would try to come to some agreement that pleases him. And then I would set about, after that's all those issues are set, I would start by going forward. Yesterday is gone. And tomorrow you can't really predict either, but you can build your game plan, and each day you do a bit of it. And Pharaoh, my game plan would be, and when I say I'm partly doing it because I believe I know how to make something happen, but I'm also just saying because I don't want to implicate anybody else right here publicly. But you should know that there are, I can add up 6 to 12 people working their ass off to turn the GTII situation around. It's going to take time. It's going to take a change in attitude. But what's weird about it, Pharaoh, is you've got to have a plan and then implement it steadily. But to get a squeeze, you got to have a surprise. You got to have a surprise. The system is set up to lie, manipulate, stall, misdirect. Gensler's the best at misdirection. You ever see his hands in action in front of Congress? So I don't think it helps to talk about where we are and what the plan is. I will say GTII, there's a lot of gleeful, cowardly bullies, full of avarice, full of greed, full of day trading, puny men, mostly men, puny, souls as black as coal, and egos as insecure. Well, some may not have an ego. They might be psychopathic, but they're just as insecure as they can be. And so they need to hurt other people to feel good about themselves. Some of them just want the money. But it's going to take the trade in GTII was a round trip. It is a round trip. 9 cents to $9 and back to 9 cents. And what a son of a bitch. But for me, I can only talk about for me, but I think it's all of us. When you steel yourself, when you believe in a story and you see the trading and you believe that Wall Street is fair and that rules are followed. And, if you played Monopoly or you played Blackjack and there was one set of rules for the woman next to you and a different set of rules for yourself, you wouldn't play. But in Gary Gensler's markets, there's one set of rules for Goldman Sachs and the hedge funds and the big pools of funds. And there's rules for the rest of us suckers. And then they lie. Gensler puts out a video. They're the deepest markets, the most honest capital formation. I wonder if he knows that he's lying. I assume he does. But anyway, Pharaoh, the way to make GTII work is to have a plan and implement it. And then as it goes, things can happen that are positive surprises, but you can get squeezes. The only other thing that's going to help GTII is if there's a buy-in of 500, 600 million shares. I have no idea if that's a reasonable number or completely cuckoo, but that's the number that has accrued in other people's observation of it. That could happen with Alpine or NSCC, or if we can do something to change the NAV of the stock, using your example, the Trento mine, when I did the calculations of what that could be, I think I came up with either $25 or $35 a share. If that had happened, that would have caused a squeeze. If there's a short, if there's a massive counterfeit position. But we got to start over. The criminals have driven it down. They're going to keep trying to get it down. They don't want to do it all at once. They want to, like the bull, they want to hit every cow in the valley. They want to suck as much money out as they can. They're all about greed. I think we're coming to a point where there will be a turn. We will work it. The criminals will move on to other easier targets. They'll be paid off. A lot of these boo birds and these shorters will be paid off by your hedge funds, by your pools of money, arm's length. They'll be all paid off. And they'll move on to other trades. And then we will work in the sort of in the corner of the room, or in the away from the stage, while other stocks are trading, other stocks are moving. But we'll slowly build it brick by brick. And I think we can get the stock back to its highs, and in a fairly quick fashion. But Pharaoh, there's so many steps, and we do have the advantage of a lot of loyal shareholders. I don't see where the buying's going to come unless it's from the prime broker, or unless we make some changes that bring that enthusiasm in. But I know, I'm not going to talk about them here, but I know ways of, it'll be slowly at first, but then it'll be all at once when you catch these guys out. These are not smart men. They just have corrupted the system, and they have lawyers that tell them it's a loophole, or they say it to themselves. They know what they're doing is wrong. But they get a company, and I've read out what they did to GTII. You can do it with all these others. They get a company to sign that note. That's only part of the problem. They then just start selling, and there's no natural buying. Pharaoh, we buy. Even if 2 or 3 whales buy, that is nothing compared to the buying power of Johnston Lemon, Warburg Pincus, A.G. Edwards, to pick 3 firms. If they put out research reports in the past, back when I was there, if they had trading desks, they made markets, they had compliance officers who did enforce the rules, they had research, they had road shows, they had research notes, they had squawk box calls, they had brokers. Nothing is ever bought in the market. Things are sold. In other words, brokers would be listening to the call. Brokers would build a position in GTI across 100 clients, and in the firm, maybe 500 brokers would have a position. Institutional brokers would come in. An analyst would come out with a report, and the stock would be up 5 points. There'd be news. The analyst would talk about it, and then the investment banker would call the CEO and say, look, we can raise, if you need money, we can raise $5 million for you. We can do it in this fashion. And the CEO says, great. How do we do it? Well, let me get back to you. We got a circle. I got our institutions. I've got to talk to the analysts, and maybe we can do an offering on the retail side. but I need somebody else on the prospectus. Maybe I can get Alex Brown on it with us, and we'll put out a prospectus. We'll do a road show. I think we can get this done over the next 5 weeks. And then they go on a road show. They talk to it. They go to office. Brokers would sit in restaurants, in bars, in conference rooms. They'd meet the CEO. They'd hear the story. They'd say, that's a good story. They'd get on their phone. They'd call 30 clients. They'd all buy. And compliance officers would enforce settlement. So then that's a fair market. And then shorting it becomes risky. But what did Steve Cohen, Larry Flink, Ken Griffin, Black, all these guys, Blankenfield, all these guys, what did they do? They took the brokers, which had proprietary trading prop desks. They had all the things I'm just saying. But in the crash of 2008, George W. Bush, this sucker's going down. They gave Goldman Sachs privileged access to Goldman Sachs's competitors' bond books. So Goldman could go snap up the good assets and survive. That's unfair. But hey, Goldman's the best. Hey. But then Goldman was given the option to become a bank. So FDIC insures them. Taxpayer bailed them out. But what Goldman did is they split all of those things I talked to. They moved it out to the prime brokerage. They created a prime broker. Well, there's no compliance officers at the prime broker. Or they are, they just look, I don't know what role they play. They don't enforce settlement. There's, as Pat Burns call it, there's a loan desk with a Tony and an Al there saying, hey, we'll not only will we lend out Mrs. O'Leary's 1,000 shares of Exxon once, we'll lend it out a dozen, 20 times. Here's our fees. And then that's 75-85% of Goldman profit comes from this despicable behavior, and there's no cost to it. So in the case of GTI, I'm not saying Goldman's doing GTI, but Goldman Prime Broker can accept hundreds of millions of shares of sales. But who are they accepting them from? Initially, anyway, now it's probably changed. But initially, the in-house prop desk went out and started a hedge fund. The in-house trading desk went out and started a hedge fund. The in-house investment bankers, to an extent, and research to an extent, went out and joined those hedge funds. Now, those are their clients, their buddies. But how does Goldman keep making revenue? They let them sell shares that don't exist. And they lend them those shares. It all comes under the lie, the canard that Bill Clinton signed off on, along with Graham, Bliley, and Leach. They wrote it. But the whole lie is, this is just derivative trading. These geniuses on Wall Street have traded, they've taken everything from commodities like orange juice to your dreams and turned it all into a yo-yo that they trade, they swap and trade, and they put what they think are derivatives to assuage their guilt. They put it all in the computers. They all read the same charts. Now, it all works because they do it across thousands of companies, and they have bribed Congress, bribed the presidents, bribed the regulators. So they've got the cops. They keep selling. They bring in illegal research. They bring in illegal day traders. They collude. They cheat. So they got everything under control. And then they need a guy like Jeffrey Easton to lie to the CEOs and sell them this crap product that destroys the company. But remember what Wall Street did first. They destroyed the alternative markets that the CEO could go to. CEOs can't go to Merrill Lynch under $5, the Merrill Lynch rule. They can't get any coverage or help for a deal under $1 billion market cap. The Merrill Lynch rule, the institutional rule. So they removed the honest way for CEOs to get money. The only way they can go, perversely, the only way CEOs can access the public markets is through the criminals like Jeff Easton. Jeff Easton has his clients sell the stock, or let's use GTII's example. Reichman met or was introduced to Kurt Kramer. As soon as Reichman said, I'm interested, the Kramers and their clients started selling stock that doesn't exist. They created stock that doesn't exist out of thin air. They put cash into their prime brokerage account. By doing so, they continue the negotiations with Reichman. Reichman signs a note, to my memory, with a like a $72 or $74,000 face value, but the Kramers, ever greedy, they discount it 25, 29% of some number. So they actually give $64,000. They take off $3,000 for expenses, and then they give a payback number that if you pay it back within 3 months or 6 months, you can pay it back, but you have to pay it back at par, 80, 76, 78, plus 25%. This is the greed of these men who think they're smart. All they are greedy. But the system won't allow Reichman to go to a brokerage firm. No brokerage firm will take his call. They won't allow him to get into the system I described. Doesn't exist anymore. So Reichman's facing, I got to get some money. And then he found out, and then he bought it back to his credit. To his credit, he bought it back. But the problem is, by the time the selling starts, buying it back doesn't stop it. Buying it back, that was just a safety valve anyway. The selling has already been so massive. I think it was 50 million shares at that time, give or take. The selling's been so massive, they've destroyed the effective denominator in what Gary Gensler says are the fairest markets in the world. The criminals, which Gary Gensler supports, Gary Gensler is bribed and supports the criminals. But it's all because it helps Goldman Sachs. So they sell, early on, the Kramers and their clients sold 50 million shares of GTII into oblivion. When Reichman bought it back and buying pressure came in, stock went to 2, but they kept selling. And you know the whole story. But the point is, the system is set up, no matter how high the stock goes, just keep selling. But they do it across many companies, DBMM, HPIL, VNUE, GTLL, and many others. And Alpine does it with them. And they just keep crushing and crushing. It feeds the day traders, it feeds the market makers, and it feeds Goldman Sachs prime brokerage. It pays off Ann Wagner's daughter's education. It pays off Gary Gensler's simply lovely suits and ties and shoes. It pays off Adina Friedman's new set of teeth. It pays off Hillary Clinton's foundation. The money flows like wine. As Patrick Burns calls it, it's a river of money, and it corrupts everybody. Everybody. And we're fighting it. I think it's nearly hopeless. And I think in the case of GTII, it's almost like I said about MMTLP the other night. Their goal is to keep the share price down massively so that when GTII goes to market to raise money, it's at a de minimis price. And that's going to get into one of my strategies. I'm not willing to talk about it out here. But they know that we'll eventually go away. They know we'll eventually give up. And all they need to do is seller box GTII, and those 500, 600 million shares disappear. There's a silver company that I invested in, and I was talking about it with the guy with the Trento mine guy at lunch. Just as an example, I bought 300,000 shares. I put $75,000 in. And by the way, that I made that choice versus buying Bitcoin. And of course, he was such a jerk. He said, let me calculate that. What price was Bitcoin? I said it was under $1. So he divided out 75,000 at $1. And he said, you know, you would have $5 billion right now in Bitcoin. I said, thanks a lot. Thanks for calculating that. But I bought this silver company. It's a great company. Eric Sprott's invested in it. But they got a young CEO. I talked to him. I like him. I warned him, but he didn't believe me. And he did business with toxic convertible note guys, fronts. Well, now it's 15 years later. My 75 grand is worth 15. My 300,000 shares is 30,000 shares. And it's outside of the system. That's the other thing Wall Street did. They made everything electronic. And if your shares are not electronic, it's bloody well expensive to get them back in. And you nearly can't do it again. So you stay in the electronic system because they want to continue to defraud you. They feel like all we need to do is give you a black and white statement. And if you ever want to sell, make sure you get cash. But otherwise, we can do anything in the accounts because we own Gary Gensler. They make you put up your cash on time, but they just give you nothing in return except a statement that's printed in black and white. Why can they do that? Because nobody has physical shares anymore. When I started in this business, I had one of the most wonderful clients. She would come in. Her name was Dottie, and her last name was Morris. But she would come in. She'd come to the front. I'd get a phone call. Bling, bling. Mrs. Morris is here to see you. Her husband was, I met him, but he was really more infirmant than she. But she'd come in, stooped, and she'd sit down. She was always delightful, always kind. And she'd say, well, I'd like to sell, I'm making it up, I'd like to sell some shares of AT&T. Well, she didn't keep them in her account. She had a couple things in her account, but mostly there was nothing in the account because her generation didn't trust leaving shares in an account. She'd bring a file box and she'd go through, and I'd have to wait, phones ringing, everybody else is making money, but I'd wait, and she'd go through and she'd find a card and she'd pull it out and she'd see, and okay, I I have, 2,700 shares of AT&T. I'd like to sell 1,000 shares. Okay, Mrs. Morris, I will do it. Anything else? No, that's it. And I'll be back in with the certificate after I receive the confirmation. So I'd sell it. No stock, but it would be on me if she didn't deliver it. I'd have to eat the error. She happened to live right near where my house was, which I don't have anymore, breaks my heart. But anyway, she would come in then 5 days later and deliver the shares, pick up a check. But now everybody does it electronically because you guys trust your phones, you trust everything electronic. But there was a whole generation, 2 generations, I'd argue, that didn't trust anything about Wall Street. They wanted their physical certificates. And I think we're going to head back there. I think we're going to head back there. So my shares in this silver company, when I put up $75,000, owned something like 3% of the company. I may be misremembering, but I think that's accurate. The stock, there weren't a lot of shares outstanding. It was essentially private, and then it went public. So I thought, wow, this is amazing. I sat down, I calculated how many ounces of silver I owned, because owning 3% of this big proven resource calculated out, I forget, to 120,000 or maybe more ounces of silver. I thought, wow, this is great. And they're moving forward. Well, then they had boardroom problems and everything. So they replaced the CEO with a younger guy. He went to Wall Street and they did a reverse split eventually. I was overseas. I wasn't paying attention. They did and they raised money in these toxic convertible ways. Well, guess what? I looked it up. I haven't looked in a while because of the Trento guy. They now have 280 million shares outstanding. 280 million. I don't remember, but I think when I invested, they had 35, 40 million shares outstanding, and they expanded it to 75 million shares. That's when I first invested. Something in that range. And then I remember I didn't want it to go over 100,000 shares outstanding without being able to invest more money. Well, listen to this now. I no longer have 300,000 shares. I have 30,000 shares because they did a 1-for-10 reverse split. They now have 280 million shares outstanding. And a market cap basically of 200 million, which, by the way, if they had done nothing and we just magically went back to my first investment, would make me, that would have been a great investment. I'd have a lot of money. I should try to calculate it out, but 200 million divided by 100,000 shares, I don't know. You can probably figure it out in your head. I'll do it on my calculator. Not 100,000. That's not right. 100 million. So that's easy. $2 a share, right? Yeah, $2 a share. So I had paid. That's not a good example. That's not the situation. Anyway, I hate it when I do arithmetic with you because I get it wrong. I got to do it on paper. Anyway, so my 300,000 shares became 30,000 shares. They did a reverse split. They now have 280 million shares outstanding. And if it had been 35 million to 75 million to 100 million shares out at way back when, let me tell you what 280 million shares without the split is 2.8 billion. 2.8 billion shares. So this young, cocky, I like him, CEO, did business with Wall Street. He had a most beautiful asset in the world. But while Bitcoin went up, he diluted this gorgeous silver asset from 100 million shares to 2.8 billion. They destroy the per share price. It's devastating. And that's what happened to GTII, Pharaoh. So you want me to tell you out here what the news is and how to do it. And I'm telling you that there are players in Canada, United States, that will gather that information and they will short the stock. So I beg off. I'm not going to tell you the strategy. I'm not going to tell you how we're going to do it. All I can tell you is we're going to try and we're going to do our best to make it happen. But if you want me to tell you how they will take 100 million shares to 2.8 billion, and Adina Friedman will say, bravo. Our markets are completely corrupt. You shouldn't invest in them. And by that I mean you shouldn't invest in them, but I also mean you shouldn't buy a stock and hold it. Unless it's one of the big ones they anoint, which is cheating too, because Amazon made Bezos rich, but imagine all the funds, Madison Dearborn, Morgan Stanley, all the investment bankers, broker dealer, they made money all the way up. It's all rigged to take the productive capacity of the United States of America and turn it into financialization. Financialization. It's what happened to Rome. It's what happened in England. It's Britain, and it's happening here. So, Pharaoh, that's a really long answer, isn't it? I'm not going to tell you what happened. I met all afternoon and dinner yesterday, well, late afternoon and dinner yesterday, all day today. We have plenty of plans in the future. I hope that these plans do not get to the COO who was hired. He's from Chicago. He's a derivatives guy. He might be a great guy. But I am highly suspicious he's there to short circuit any strategy that's going to make overnight GTII more valuable that will cause the shorts pain. But we have the playing field the way we have it. We've got someone that will talk directly to the shorts. And we've all been abused by the system that is criminal. Now, when I talk about MMTLP, I preach not being a victim. I don't want to be a victim in the case of GTII. But, it's already kind of late to do anything, Pharaoh. Although, as an example, I'm not telling you to do it, but there are still trades you could do even with GTII. You could sell it at 9 cents and you could still buy Logic at 2 cents. Call it 3 cents. So you could buy 3 units of Logic for 1 unit of GTII, which is less than last week. But that's in the fourth quarter, that ratio was 1-4. It's not much different. If Logic has a good trade here, a good announcement here, which I expect in the next 2 or 3 weeks, but you know what? The hard part is we had to wait. It didn't work in December. It didn't work in January. I think that's for Aubrey Advisors. But remember, Aubrey Advisors has a hedge fund Polar behind them, massive, but they do the same cheating. These guys that live in the Hamptons, buy nice places, have their daughter's education figure out, smoke their cigars on a yacht, they now know if they nod and wink with each other, they can carry on this game forever until the whole financial system collapses. That's what's going to change it. Then you're going to have 2 generations, in my opinion, that won't invest in the market. But anyway, if you sold Pharaoh GTII at 9 cents and you bought Logic at 3 cents, and in July, Logic went to 9 cents, your 3 shares of 9 cents would be worth 27 cents. And let's say GTII stayed at 9 cents. You could sell Logic and buy 3 times as much of GTII, or you could just replace your GTII. You've established a tax loss and take 18 cents off the table. But that's how we're going to have to start to work to build back our accounts. We had a whoosh, almost made it look too easy, of uplift in value. And most of us didn't take full advantage of that. We believed so much our own spit, we didn't realize that was the move. Well, now to build it back, we've got to do it with bunts and walks and hit by pitch, singles, move the runner forward, sacrifice flies before we get the grand slam again. But anyway, Pharaoh, I got to move on. I've bored everybody. Busy just sent me something. I don't think he's listening to me. They've got 195 people, I guess, on a space call. And I have a feeling the reason he sent it to me, it might be all about me, or maybe it's not, but it also might be Don Fizz is on it. I don't know. Anyway, you can go join it. It's put up by INS and Don, and it's called MMTLP Saturday Night. If you want to go to it, I'll try to get through these. If they're too big to fail, they're too big to go to jail. It's our whole government. Guys, Colby, it's depressing, and I hope we can turn it around. But we're going to go to war. I didn't know it. I looked it up today. Anthony Blinken, who is the Secretary of State, his father was a co-founder of Warburg Pincus. War, oligarchs, finance, and Israel have a lot in common. And U.S. policy is pro-Israel, and I don't want to get into anti-Semitism or anti-Jew. It's none of that, or anti-Israel. But there's a part of the strict right-wing Israeli government that wants to wipe out the Palestinian population or move them. And you can say, oh, it's because of this or that. Look, if you want to just narrow it down to what happened on October 7th, which was horrible. I'm not belittling at all. That's horrible. But if you look over 40, 50, 60, 70 years, oh my gosh. It's been a plan, and it's not going to stop. But anyway, it doesn't matter. I don't want to get into the argument of it. That's the side we're on. The rest of the world is not on that side. That's why I don't want it to be political. I just want to say the rest of the world's on the other side. We're all by ourselves. That's the decision we made. Is it the right one? I don't know. It's just like with the Ukraine. If we want to say we won and it's all on our TV screens and our computers until the bomb hits and our life changes, great. We feel good. Hey, I'm on the right side. I got the better bumper sticker. And I agree with Richard Maddow. I'm a good guy, girl, whatever. All right, let me try to get some more of this. All right, so Jennifer's saying she was live today. God, I went on. Jackie said they were talking about that possibility. So I could be wrong, Jennifer, if you're still here. I could be wrong with my analysis. I'm not saying I'm right. It's just a conversation. I don't know if they're on today. Mumtaz Rants said GME had $10 per share in cash. John, I calculated it today. I came up with 13, but okay, 10 is probably more accurate. Probably more accurate. Meduse, he is the best. All right, everybody, you can read that. I don't know why you need, I mean, I'm not talking him down. I'm not talking down Roaring Kitty, but if you expect me to analyze something by blocking out, that's verboten. I can't question whether this guy is lucky, smart, both lucky and smart, off his rocker and smart, or a genius. I'm not going to do it. He doesn't analyze his stock picks that way, and I'm not going to do it either. So you can take it down that road that you want. That, oh my gosh, you're saying something bad about him. If you listen to the whole thing I said, not everything. I don't remember saying anything bad. I was asking questions because I don't know, but you don't know either. Is he paying you off? Otherwise, you don't know. Nobody knows. So opinions are opinions. This is an idiotic statement. He's 10 steps ahead of everyone. This is an illusion. If he is, he's breaking the law. If he's got an idea of a strategy and it works out, it worked out. And then you can look back and say he was ahead of everyone. But if it's a strategy and it's done legitimately, there's risk to it. There is. There is. So, I'll try to go down here. So suggesting Cohen may sell out. I think he may already have. I mean, he clearly sold out 3 times. But that doesn't mean GME doesn't have a lot of upside. I just think GME becomes, this is my opinion. Obviously, other people are 10 steps ahead of me. I think GME becomes, they have no debt as I understand it. They have $4 billion in cash, just under. And I guess you're right. I guess they have 390 million shares. So I guess that's $10 a share in cash. They're trading at more than double that. So I guess the combination of Roaring Kitty's genius and Cohen's genius is worth paying 3 times the cash on the books for. And maybe that might be a genius, but you're paying a premium. You're paying a premium. So you're betting that it's worth paying a premium for Cohen and Roaring Kitty and the potential for a squeeze that's worth 3 times what the cash per share is worth. And you're saying that he won't sell more shares. He won't raise it to 6 billion or 10 billion. That's what I think he'll do. Because then he won't need you. He won't need Wall Street. He's got 10 billion under management. He can do any strategy he wants. He can go buy companies with Wall Street's help. I really think that the short squeeze aspect of GME is over. But I've said that for a while. But there's other people out there that say Roaring Kitty is 10 steps ahead of us, which is a meaningless statement. What does that mean? Does that mean there's going to be a squeeze? Or does that mean he's going to build a $1,000 per share company over the next 7 years? It's meaningless. He's 10 steps ahead. I mean, it doesn't mean anything. Hey, Reggie Dawes. Okay, so you have to open your eyes to potential. It's on you to pay 3 times the per share net asset value of the stock for potential. Well, that's what used to happen in Wall Street. That's what should happen with liposome, with telomere. It should happen with finger. And now I guess it should happen with GME. But if you really believe that GME is somehow separate from the forces that want to strip that premium from you, well, you know something I don't know. Doesn't mean I'm going to be right, but it means that I'm worried about it. That's all. Risk reward. I see a lot of risk. What's the reward? The reward is out of the blue, there could be a squeeze. But this guy here is saying instead of a squeeze, GME's going to use all the money to acquire businesses. And now he's making a complete idiot statement. Now it can't be shorted against. That's not truthful. It can be shorted against. Open your minds to potential. So why is this guy making this recommendation to you? My guess is he's shorting, day trading, shorting down. He's got very little capital at risk. He's got a market maker. And he's shorting the stock and he's hitting it for $1,000, $10,000 a day. Selling. Using because to buy, he'd have to have capital. But using the reg show exemption, he just has to get you to be buying at inflated prices. And then waves and waves of guys like this come in and sell. They don't care about you. They don't care that you think. They're just trying to take 10 grand, 5 grand, 1 grand off the table each day. So I really caution listening to this. Is it true that GME could have this great future? Yes. But every stock I watch, everyone, over all the years, when the premium gets high, you get a chance to buy it better later. So don't be afraid of taking your profits. You can come in and buy it later. Now, in the case of GME, I'm a spectator, but I gave you the 2 or 3 things that seem like, yeah, maybe there could be a squeeze, and that'd be a lot of fun. And I'd love it. I'd love the people that own it, own calls, all to become multimillionaires. I would absolutely love it. I couldn't be happier. Hey, Scott. Hey, Reggie Dog. $10 to $12. See, I said 13, so I couldn't get it right. Save the small caps. Jackie's lives. All right, I'll look. Jennifer, I don't know who. Next time one's on, I'll try to join it as a listener. I'm not trying to. I'm just saying to listen. Maratz is on our side. Have you viewed his? No, but I'll look him up. I'll look him up. Yeah, I don't know. I would comment, but I don't know if you're talking about me or I lost the thread, lost the plot. That's true, Hidden Valley, and it could go to it could squeeze. I mean, that's the thing. I think there's a slight advantage I have with a stock like Finger. I don't have any advantage with GME. I'm making the same guess and judgment. It's the risk is high. Thank you, Reggie. I won't remove you, but if you're being a bully and you're gloating and you're being a jerk, I'm going to say goodbye to you. I like that. Mine like a steel trap. Rusty and illegal in 37 states. You know, Northwest, you're sharp as a drill and twice as boring. That's interesting. I'm way back behind, but I want to go through that CB. I didn't know that Hiroshima and Nagasaki were firebombed. I mean, that would certainly explain why the devastation, which was absolutely, oh my God, beyond human imagination, wasn't even worse. Dresden, oh my, that's just terrible. We were so, oh God. I think that's the book Vonnegut wrote. What's the book Vonnegut wrote? Anyway, it was about Dresden. I think he was there or my stupid brain memory. I can't remember the name of the book right now. I would love it that there had never been a nuclear bomb. XRP. Oy vey. My GTII is in place to fix management. Good. I'm dumb money. Well, Ben, there was, I told this story before, but when I worked at, what's now Morgan Stanley, I used to go into a friend of mine's office. He's a great guy. And he had put on his Quotron, or, by then they were, I guess we had IBM monitors. Anyway, he would have to the side of his monitor this quote from Mike Milken. And it was simple. It said, if you're looking for tax losses, Call a retail broker. But Ben, I think that's exactly right. We used to have desks and institutions on our side. Now the theory is they put your money in big pools of money, leave it there, and it'll grow. They'll charge you 2%, 20% of the profit, and they'll lend the stock out, making massive returns, and you can't trade. I like DC very much. I live here. I live here primarily because my father lived here, but he passed away. And I used to love the Washington Post, but it's not a newspaper anymore. They still have some good journalism. The sports page is good, but I don't buy it anymore because it's just a propaganda sheet it's just not truthful. So I don't want that in my head. But it's a great city, but you got to travel away from it. I don't think I'm going to be here much longer. Well, that real rugged, what I heard is that people are loyal to GameStop in a way that they're not loyal to Amazon. And that is what gives, and I've said this, and this guy says I'm being negative for Roaring Kitty. It's all Roaring Kitty said, but I believe that could be the way that over time, if Cohen befriends Wall Street and Wall Street makes money by bringing him deals, by funding his projects, by having institutions by putting retirement funds in his stock, you start this gravy train, which helped Amazon, which helped Facebook and all that. If there's a technology, and apparently GameStop has the loyalty of customers and has the breadth of product to do that. So I'm not being negative. I'm actually saying it. They don't have a crime syndicate banking system like we do. If they do it, it's their own mafia. It doesn't have much. No one gives them money. No one gives them money. All right, let's get to the bottom of this. Sorry, Donald. I know I talked so long there. Logic, to me, is trading better. It went up to 3 cents the other day. Then, of course, it settled lower. But no, I don't know any new news. All I know is as more time goes by, the end of June comes. As even more time goes by, the end of July comes. But that and what's important about July is this first deal is supposed to be, I'll read it exactly so I get it right. This acquisition is the first of 3 biotech focused companies. Oh, that's the wrong, sorry. Why can't I find it quickly? Oh, here. This transaction is slated for completion by July 31, 2034. So we're getting closer to this deal being completed. That's 6 cents a share. But then they have a series or 2 more that's going to get it to 750 million. And it's my contention they have to announce it soon because right now the shell is current with its financials if they wait till they get into the third quarter before they announce something, they're going to have to do the financials again. That might not be a big deal, but to me, it gives some impetus to get it done now. The other thing is, if you read up here, this $100 million deal is going to be done for a 15% post-transaction value to us. Well, if they do it slowly, it would dilute this first guy, because if we do the next deal at 15% and then the next one at 15%, and you do it all stretched out, in essence, you haven't stretched it out enough to not be dilutive to this guy, because he took 15% of fewer shares. And as you go out, it would reduce it. So my point is, Donald, that the incentive is, and I hope they do, all three of these deals almost simultaneously. And I hope they have the courage to calculate the 15% shares based on their valuations rather than what the criminals have shorted the stock down to, because the criminals, that's their model. Destroy the per share value. That's their model. Well, that's it, real. All Putin has to do is be honest, and people will listen to him. We're not being honest. Blinken just gave a talk. I don't want to get political, but he wasn't being honest. Newland's not honest. Biden's not sentient. And we're not being honest. Hey, I love Jenny L. I hope everything's well with you, Jenny. I really do. I hope. I'm not going to finish my thoughts publicly, but I hope everything's well with you. I really do. Jenny Rebecca, 4 days old. Yeah, you know, your Mark Twain said, I left home. I had something like this. I left home when I was 18 because my father was such an idiot. When I came back at age 21, I was surprised at how much he learned in 3 years. Keep being cocky and keep knowing everything when you're young, because it doesn't last forever. Knowing it all doesn't last forever. Brew Bridge. Wow, I'm way behind. Brew Bridge. Lucky boy, lucky boy. He's right next to me, Jenny. He's got a big gash on his nose. Yeah, sweet. Terry, the Toronto mine deal is in play. Let me put it this way, conceptually. That may be trying to think of a way of saying it. I don't want to say anything untrue. On the other hand, I don't want to say anything that divulges too much information. So I guess the best way to put it is, my opinion is the COO came in to GTII to block the deal potential of the Toronto mine, because I think the COO is protecting the clients the bigger clients who shorted the stock. But I can't prove it. That's because I see ghosts everywhere. So I think he was effective in blocking that deal. I think he was effective. Trying to think how to say it, Terry. Whether it's the Toronto mine deal or another mining deal or maybe more, you got to start with one deal and then, knock down the dominoes. I think that, how about if I say this? Working with the Toronto mine guys is still in play. It is still in play. Very much so. Very much so. Hold. Oh, no, that wasn't it. I didn't see that. I can clone him for 60 grand. I would do it. All right, here, Spider Claude. Jennifer, I took so long. I think Kitty sold calls on his calls, and then we'll exercise next Friday. That's something, Jennifer, if you're still here, that I totally left out. Once you own calls, like you own the 20s, you could sell the 30s, and that gives you, let's say the stock, you own the 20s, you sold the 30s, let's say the stock closes at 24. Well, you get the $4 premium on your 20s, but you also get whatever premium you sold on the 30s at expiration. I forgot that. That's one other thing. But Spider, you have a good idea. That's intriguing. The only thing I would say in your scenario is if he intended to exercise the 20s, he wouldn't want to be short the 30s. That's the only, I'm sure I'm missing something, but the only flaw in that strategy is you wouldn't want to be short the 30s. Can the shorts, oh, look at that doggy, Gary. Can the shorts push Kitty's calls out of the money? Yeah, they can try. I would argue they are trying to. But it's not just the shorts. The options market makers can do it too, just to take the premium, particularly if a lot of us buy the stock. It doesn't look like they're doing that yet, Gary, but that's famous last words. Right now, the stock looks like it wants to, they'll pick a strike price and they'll close it at that strike price and they'll strip all the premiums. Right now, it looks like it wants to do it at $25, but they may get people saying, hey, believe in the long term. Look what he can do with all that cash. He can buy companies. It's going to be great. Have patience while they day trade against you. And there's a lot of premium, Gary. The premium in the options market right now, there's volatility. They are all making their year. They're making their summer trading that premium. So, yeah, they could push Kitty's calls out of the money. And in fact, Ham thinks, at least, this is not his only thought. It's just one thought to think about. is that Wall Street's not going to let Kitty succeed. But remember, Kitty is 10 steps ahead of all of us. And you should invest your money based on that vague sense of genius. Don't do that. FUD. FUBAR. All right, let's see. For Guild exercise the calls. Thank you, Bill. I'm so behind. For Guild exercise the calls, he would need to have $250 million to take custody of the stock. His last screenshot showed 30. Well, if E-Trade were to exercise those, they would either sell out his stock, or Monday morning they would sell his acquired stock and he'd have a massive margin call. Or they'd exercise, they just sell his calls for him on the last day and credit his account with the difference in premium. Well, that's it, Bill. What the brokerage firm will do, because they don't want a lawsuit either, but they will, let's just say the stock's trading at $24 Friday morning. If he doesn't have enough cash in his account to exercise it, the brokerage firm, E-Trade, may sell those calls at $3 and just give it to his account. And then he doesn't own the calls anymore. I know you're asking Bill Michael, but I don't know who sold him the calls. Reggie, this is a gap in my knowledge of the options market, but it's something I've always assumed happens, that they can create as many options as they need to sate the demand. So if he put the order in, they make up the decision, okay, we'll fill that order. I don't know what he paid. So I think the market makers on the option exchange can create them to meet his demand. But that's not much of an answer because I'm not sure of it. I think it's a managed event, and I think the Linds are in trouble. No basis that he exercises calls. Well, I think if he exercised them, the stock price would have spiked. So I don't think he did. But I don't blame people for speculating, talking about it, speculation. Frank Gonzalez, finger had a lower day volume than recent days. It should be. Jennifer is listening to Jackie's speculation. Yeah. And look, I don't think it's a problem to speculate. I don't think it's a problem to do the mental exercise. That's how we learn. But also, it's hard to think of all the angles. So I don't blame anyone for coming up with those ideas. And it may be right. Exactly. They're being paid by BlackRock, is my guess. Hey, Eunice, I'm sorry. I must be way behind. An hour behind. Well, okay, unsubscribe. I'm not him. I've never called him an idiot. I did say on that when someone asked my opinion of that live, I think I said he's either I don't forget how I said it. He's either a bleeding genius or a bloody idiot, something. But you know, that's how it came across to me. But I've never said anything bad. I never said anything bad. I've never said anything bad about Roaring Kitty. That live though, that was a spectacle. I know it is miles late, and I'm going so slowly. I'm going to go through the relationship, Miles, between Jeffries and Lynn. They're probably in cahoots, or at least Jeffries looks the other way. Lynn and Lynn's clients. Lynn, in my opinion, is just a front for 4 hedge funds. Why do I say 4? Because Jeff Easton said that I think it was Finger, that one of that they I forget the term he used. He didn't say placement agent, but whatever word he used, gave it to 4 clients. I think they have 4 hedge funds back behind them. They're your funds. But anyway, I think Jeffries is the prime broker for Lynn Partners, or their clients, but they probably have more than one prime broker. But that's what I think is the relationship. Lynn Partners, I think, is just a front to smile and lie to CEOs to trap like a fly catcher plant to catch the flies. And then Benchmark delivers clients to Lynn Partners. Lynn Partners is on Madison Avenue. They can spin their web of lies. And as soon as that darn thing is signed, and even before it's signed, the big hedge funds start shorting the stocks and destroying the stocks. And then the hedge funds brag, they bribe, they pay Gibson Dunn and other law firms. The SEC is where you get a 2-year stint and then you come out and get a job at Gibson Dunn. It's all set up. The whole thing is set up. There's no accountability anywhere. That's true, Nunya. Ham has a right to his opinion. I'll go even further. Ham wasn't wrong when GME went to 80 or whatever it was, and on the way he was saying sell it, sell it, sell it. He wasn't wrong then. When it went last week up to some number, he was saying sell your stock, buy some calls, or sell your stock. He wasn't wrong then. And he wasn't wrong today, as far as I can tell. So you got to remember, Nunya, Ham is a trader. He's a guy on a desk with high pressure, with lots of money on the line, hundreds of millions of money on the line. And he's processing information that quickly that other people take forever. They have to go on space calls. He's doing it all at once. And he's saying he just blocks it out. And it comes across, it offends people. That's just he's got to process it like that. Next, I'll get out of here. Next, get out of here. Next, okay, I'll buy me 100,000, and then he makes some phone calls. Buy me $1 million. Buy me 10 million. Get it on bump. You know, it's a different mindset. I personally think he's extremely sharp at reading patterns, judging the market, calling it, and you could learn a lot rather than dismissing him. Rather than having hurt feelings, oh my gosh, he said something about Roaring Kitty. Roaring Kitty doesn't care if Ham says something bad. They don't know each other. It's not personal. But you can learn from Ham how to trade, where the premiums are, how they're trying to take advantage of you, where the risk is. Just having a stock at $30, just think about it. $30 gives the criminals all sorts of bungee room. Think of a bungee if you're jumping off a bridge. They can, there's all sorts of room of it going up and down and up and down and up and down where they can play because they can keep selling. You can only buy once. And if there's some momentum and it's up and they're in the short run, they're losing money, they just have to come back in and sell and sell and sell. Day traders have to get you to put your hard money up, overpay, and then they just sell and sell and sell and sell. Buy back, try it again the next day. They have the discipline, if you can call it like that. But if the stock's 10 cents, there's not a lot of bungee room. The stock's $2, there's not a lot of bungee room. But you can learn these things for him. Just because Ham calls it doesn't mean that next day it's going to trade that way. But you're talking about a guy that's probably, if you want to use the word bet, hundreds of millions of dollars, probably $1 trillion in his lifetime of other people's money and his own money under big pressure. I'd rather listen to his opinion than dismiss it. Moose. Colby says, I don't agree with some of the opinions or speculations about Roaring Kitty, but I like to listen to others because it gives me a chance to see things from another viewpoint. Exactly. I'm that way. I'll at least start to listen to somebody else. Hey, Brandon, love Ham and will continue to listen. I think he's anti-GME RK Moss because he doesn't want people to leave finger for the squeeze. That could be. That could be. I don't see that in him, but it could be. It could be. If I had to guess, he'd like to show people who were in the GME situation. I mean, any of you have to admit, 2 weeks ago it was $80. Last Monday, it opened at 46, and there was all this excitement. So if you paid 46, you're losing money. There's risk reward in GME. And I think Ham doesn't understand, because he sees it, that the better risk reward situation is finger. But there's two parts of risk reward. It's not all the reward is the return, right? But part of the deal is you're not risking as much. For people that paid $46 on Monday, they're down, half their money. That's risk. Has nothing to do with the reward. So to him, I think finger at $3, it's down 5%. I don't know. I think his motives are good. But everybody's entitled to their opinion, his opinion of his opinion. It's turtles all the way down. Thank you, Patty. Brandon, disclosure, I own both GME and Finger, along with GTD. GME is your favorite? Brandon, I'd love to hear why. It's too bad you could only type a little bit. I talk to people about GME all the time because I'm just a spectator, but something really is going on. And the big thing about GME is 650,000 people tuned in, probably over 1 million. That is bloody amazing. So I'm not talking against GME at all. I admit my one confusion is everyone's saying, be patient, be the potential, how he's going to invest the money. Well, how does that translate to a 2-week call option? I don't get that, but I'm open to discussing it. I really am. I don't have a exactly, Brandon. And this I agree with. Love silver, Brandon. I think silver's way to be. So we're not hitting $9. I guess that's a wise ass comment. And I don't know which stock, but if you're talking about GTII, We actually didn't hit 9. We hit $8.97. Are we going to do that again? It's not the right question. Are we going to do it again without reverse splits and without dilution and all that? Who knows? It's going to be hard work. Patty, here's a little something to remind you that you are the best. That is so nice, Patty. That is so nice. I don't always feel like the best. And my poor dog, I don't always feel like the best to him. But I love him so much. I love him so much. Thank you, Patty. That is so touching, and I really mean it. Thank you very much. And the donation, of course, is so generous and unbelievable. But I treasure that you called me the best. Better than all the rest. How does that song go? Thank you very much, Patty. Thank you, ESK. Thank you, DBMM. And I think DBMM sending that to you, Patty. Love, 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 love. One will hit. And you know what, Brandon and ESK? If all you really need to do is break down one and do it in a way that a journalist can't deny it, and we can go through them one by one like Chinese firecrackers. But it's been long. It's been, I don't know. I'm almost to the point that it's never going to happen. But somebody said to me, that's what they want you to think. That's what they want you to think. Colby thanks Patty. I thank Patty. Thank you, Krisky. You've skipped me for 2 months, so you have your sanity. You have your sanity. I'm doing all right. You missed some of my moodiness, some of my, flare backs. So you didn't miss much. But I'm hoping, Chris, to start moving us into making money possibly other ways as well, because this total action against retail, against even an institution that would come in, it's a total strategy, and it's implemented by Wall Street in force. It's hard to fight. There's nobody, and I'm not picking on you, but I'm just asking a question. Give me a name of anyone on Wall Street, anyone in Congress, anyone in the government, any journalist, other than the best of all, Kristen Shaughnessy, and Dennis Neal. But just give me somebody that cares anywhere. No one cares. No one cares. Grow up, Arthur. Grow up, Arthur. You'll make a fine adult. It's easy for you to say. You don't have 50 pairs of short pants hanging in your closet. Smart. Sit up, Arthur. Later on, we'll get ice cream. It is, I have never seen a better time to buy an Oriental rug. There's a number of tickers out there. I would say some of them are good. It's a good time to buy. I think, Daryl, if I were putting new money to work, I'd pick some of these tickers, maybe GME. I'm not. It can be other tickers. Doesn't have to be the ones I've talked about. But I would consider putting some money in maybe Finger. One other place you could put money is in silver. And I want to start talking about it. I didn't do it tonight because I spent all day, and I want to, maybe I'll just do it as videos instead of live. But I was talking, Daryl, today at lunch and later. I really believe that we're on the verge of, and I want to get the numbers better, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Dow were to go to 60,000. If the NASDAQ were to go to, I think I'm getting the right one, to 7,000. I'm forgetting where they are right now. If the Russell 2000 were to go, I think the markets are going to go up 25 to 60% from here. And it's going to be quick. It's going to be powerful. I think the stock market is going to spend the next 6 months, it could be less, it could be more, just accelerating to the upside. What happened to NVIDIA, I think you're going to see the whole market do. But I think silver will do that too. Gold may do it. I just think part of my reason, Daryl, is I think institutions and these guys that all think alike, I just don't see why they're going to buy the long bond or the 10-year bond for that matter. And so where are they going to put all the cash on the sidelines and the money? A lot of them have been calling for the market to crash. I think there's going to be a FOMO into the markets. But at some point, I think we're going to have, and I don't know if it's going to be this year, next year, or when, but I think we're going to have, we've had 40 years. I think it's actually maybe 42 years, 40 years of a perfect market. The Dow, when I remember when the Dow crossed 1,000, celebrations. Went to Duke Zebert's, everybody drinking, celebrating. 1,000. 1,000. I think the markets will round trip just like stocks do. I don't know if the Dow will go back down to 1,000, but it could go back down under, it could go down to 2,000. It could go down to some number. I think the markets, after we have this huge rally, are going to, they could retrace, in my opinion, give it almost all back up, which is frightening. That's frightening. But that's if you measure your wealth in dollars. If instead we take our money, that's what I want to say. There's an opportunity maybe to make money over the next months. And I wouldn't pick one. You'd have to spread it out. Try to make some money and then shift those profits into things like cash, maybe. Shift it into T-bills, maybe. Shift it into silver, gold, oil and gas. Property, maybe. I don't know. Property depends whether you think property is a bond or a hard asset. That's a tough call. Anyway, there'll be an ability to trade. Let's look at the gold-silver ratio. Silver went to 120 to 1. 1 ounce, took 120 ounces of silver to be worth 1 ounce of gold. I think it's at 80 to 1 now. But that's what happens. Assets move in relationship to each other. And for a long time, cash has seemed stable, but the fact is cash buys a percent of what it did probably 50 years ago. It's certainly 90 years ago. You see all those Western movies. How much is a shave? It'll be 2 bits, 25 cents. You're like, what? That's a lot of money. How much is the reward money? $1,000? Oh my gosh, I could buy a ranch. So money, the value of money has gone down. But here in the United States, because of our luck, our bond markets, our financial markets have worked. We're going to lose all that, unfortunately. We've gone woke. We're going to go broke. Annabelle's in London is a good place for late night. I'd like to go to Louisville again. I've been to Louisville. I've been to the Kentucky Derby. And I always used to fly in and out of Louisville. It could be a good time to buy an Oriental rug. I lost all my Oriental rug. Oh, God. I was being naive, facetious. You were great, Nuno. I did meet with the Trento guys. You're so smart. Ding, 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 ding. Prunes all line up, or sevens all line up. Yes. The answer to your question, PS71, and thank you again, but yes, and we talked about it. If you allow me a broad stroke using the term Trento, so I'm not dismissing Trento. I'm not expanding it. I'm just saying I don't want to give specifics, so I don't want the shorts to know. But yeah, it's a great idea, and we're going to pursue all avenues. The one is the best. On logic, I always say it's a trade. I assume it could be a long-term play if the new entities have real value. These are very perceptive questions. The original way logic was presented to me, and by the way, I think CAUD can work in the long term, and I will add to my position, but I think they have to get the 2 board members from Aubrey Advisors off the board. That's my opinion. According to people smarter than I, Aubrey Advisors, great guys, good as their word, do everything they say they're going to do. I think they got to kick Aubrey Advisors out. They got to go away from doing at-market financing. They've got to get away from Shadron and Aubrey Advisors and Polar. It's going to just be like the silver company I talked about. They'll be at 2.8 billion shares. But I think that guy, Peter, can change his mind. I think he is hardworking. And once he understands it, he can make those changes. And I think the business CAUD in is brilliant. So I'm optimistic. But as long as Aubrey Advisors has 2 board seats, they're going to continue to lie to the board and to the CEO. And they're going to say the financing we do is going to make your company grow. No, the financing they do is going to allow the massive short position, counterfeit position that went into place when Aubrey Advisors de-SPAC'd to stay in the money. And it's just going to get worse. But anyway, let's get off of that. You didn't ask about that. Logic was going to do a reverse merger into one company. I didn't know the name of it. Or maybe I heard of the name because there were so many different companies talked about. But regardless, the original concept was it would revert one company reverse merger in 600-700 million. I used 500 million. And then we'd have 15% of that new co. But PS71, it's not clear to me, but the evidence is there in the press releases enough that Logic may be the surviving company, although it'll probably change its name, because they're going to do a series of acquisitions. So it's not one, it's a series coming in. So Logic may be the surviving one. And here's where the risk comes into us. I've already said if they go to somebody like Aubrey Advisors for this, we're toast in the long run. We'll have time for a trade. The other thing is because Aubrey Advisors clients, Pilar and others, are suppressing the price, and other people too, suppressing the price. So this deal on the calculation is worth 6 cents, 15% of 100 million, and dividing that out by the outstanding shares, it's worth 6 cents a share. Well, Aubrey Advisors clients, Pilar and others, possibly Ionics own trading, the Neo exchange, maybe day traders, they've gotten the price down to essentially 2.5 cents. If this calculation is done at 2.5 cents, because they're listening to the Aubrey Advisors lawyers and Aubrey Advisors, well, then it's not 15% to it, it's diluted. That helps Aubrey Advisors and their clients. Again, I'm not, it's one of Aubrey Advisors, Chadron, Polar. There was another hedge fund. It's one of those that destroyed the de-SPAC. It's one of them. But the board doesn't want to see that because they're all good guys. It has to be one of them. There were no other players. There was this group, Brownstone, but I think that group is us in the sense that they're on I think they're investors like we are. And with the lawyers, of course, could have been the lawyers. So anyway, if Logic is going to be the surviving company, that's one risk, is they use the market price that's all fraud to do the calculation, thus diluting themselves and each company that comes in. But if they stick to the arithmetic, we'll beat the shorts. We'll beat the shorts in Logic. I've made that clear, but maybe I should write another letter to make that clear. The other risk I already described is if they put these deals in a stretched out fashion, and Aubrey Advisors clients are shorting the stock, it could all be dilutive. So my hope is they stop listening to Aubrey Advisors. They stop listening to Aubrey Advisors lawyers. They stop listening to Chadron Financial. And I think they are here. I think they're not listening. I hope they do these 3 deals and any more at 15%, and they stick to their guns on their own valuations and where the arithmetic leads them what the per share value is. So if they say here, a cumulative value in a series exceeding 750, if they do it at 750, they say it right there, at 750, it's something like 46 cents a share, 44, 45 cents a share for the first ones. If they do more, it could be more. So 46 cents a share, PS71. That's worth holding on for. Now, the other damnable thing is logic. We as shareholders and Aubrey Advisors advice, we've already agreed to help the 3 or 4 players on the NEO that shorted the stock. We're going to help Ionic, who shorted the stock, although their lawyer sent me a letter that says Ionic not only didn't short Logic, they never short anybody. That's verifiably not true, but whatever. I guess it depends on your definition of short. I think Aubrey Advisors clients shorted the stock, Polar, and there's one other hedge fund. And maybe there's some real shorts. So anyway, if they have to cover, not only could the stock go back up to this 46 cents, it could go higher. But here's the rub. Here's one rub. We voted in a 50-to-1 reverse split. So that means any monies that the NEO's criminals, any monies that the Ionic, they don't do it, people, any monies the Aubrey SPAC people drove both stocks down in the D-SPAC, I think collecting 100 million, 150 million out. That's over sitting at a prime broker. They can't get that money till the trade settle. Well, by doing a reverse split, 50-to-1, we've taken, 95% of the maintenance requirements off. They can take 95% of their money out of the account. It's very disappointing. It removes the demand for a short squeeze. It's very disappointing. But PS71. On the other hand, the positive of that is, and that's the problem. We have to live with the system that Gary Gensler hoists on us and try to make money. But the positive is the new company, I hope it trades on New York Stock Exchange, not NASDAQ. Look what NASDAQ's doing to Finger. Adina Friedman needs to give back all of her $2.5 million a month because she's a fraud. She's not doing anything. Oh, we're expanding money making everywhere and anywhere. And I'm Adina Friedman. I am woman, hear me loud. I'm great. But okay, you're a woman. Are you doing the job? Are you actually doing the job? I think it's great that you're a woman and you got the job, but are you doing it? I don't care if you're a man or a woman I think a monkey could do a better job. But anyway, so the point is PS71. If it's on the New York Stock Exchange and it's trading for $22.50 out of the gate, that's the doing 3 of them that's stated here, worth more than 750 million, or it says a series. So it comes out of the gate at 22.5, trading on the New York Stock Exchange. Obviously, these companies have revenue, they have valuation, they're going to have management teams, they're going to have products in the pipeline, they're going to have cash. it's going to be very difficult. They're going to have institutional buyers. They're going to have funds buying it. They might even qualify for an ETF. It's going to be hard for the shorts to short this down. So yeah, I think Logic can be a long-term hold. And I cross my fingers because I own Logic that there could be a short squeeze, but I gave you the caveat that we did the reverse split, even though the reverse split makes all the sense in the world to build a company without any further shorting. It does. On the other hand, it lets them off the hook. So if they have, if Aubrey's advisors sold clients and the others collectively sold, I have no idea how much, 100 million shares short. Now there's only 5 million shares short. And so the maintenance requirements disappear. That's too bad. But even with that 5% short left, there I cross my fingers there might be a little short squeeze. I'm not talking a big one, PS71. I'm talking about one that goes from, sort of this 3 cents. Let's say we're able to get to 45 cents, which is the per share value if they use the 15% arithmetic, not issuing shares based on the market price. If they use the arithmetic based on the shares that exist now, it works out to around 45 cents a share. Well, if we could move to that price as this is all announced, and there comes in a short squeeze, it's the wrong words, but short covering maybe is better. I think, wouldn't it be great if we got to $1 or maybe $1.50? Well, guess what that number is on the New York Stock Exchange? If we're there, that's $50. That's $75. And yes, it's worth holding it for that trade. If the stock got ahead of itself in some sort of short covering using pre-split numbers, let's see, from it's 2.5 cents now. Let's say it got to 20 cents. That's a tough decision. Do you take that trade? But if the news that's coming out is convincing enough, maybe we wait for the 45 cents. Maybe we wait a year, 2 years. And I'm willing to consider that. Because if they're building a biotech firm with revenues, it could be really exciting. But okay. I know I'm talking about different ideas, but in the short run, the value here of 750 million is 45 cents a share if they use the arithmetic. So if the stock were to go to $1 or $1.50 or $2 in sort of a miniature short covering rally, I would say you take that profit and wait to buy back as it settles in. But PS71, I'm speculating. We don't have enough data. Part of it's here, but not all of it. But I thought of one other thing I wanted to tell you on Logic. Oh, I wanted to tell you this. In this document, it talks about that they're going to raise capital. I saw something. I want to leave it vague because I think it was announced to everybody. But as I'm talking to you, it might have been on Twitter. But anyway, PS71, I'm confident that the money they're going to raise to get this, this little agglomeration accomplished is not going to be with a Lind Partners or a Ari Rubenstein or I think it's going to be plain vanilla investor money. So I'm excited, PS71. I think the Logic deal could be a hold. I think in a trade, I say it's a trade because there's some moving stuff here, and I don't blame people to buy it at 2.5 cents, get out at 10 cents, and then go do something else, or get out at 20 cents. But I'm going to read the news. I'm going to try to make a calculation. But no, I think it's possible that Logic is the surviving company, which is obvious anyway, because even if it went into one company went into them, they're buying the shell, so it's kind of an obvious statement. But what's different is it's not going to be one team of management coming in from the reverse merger. It's going to be a whole collection of talent and team. So in a way, I think Logic is the surviving company in a way. But it's just semantics. But the symbol will change, I'm sure, and the name will change, I'm sure. I just don't know to what. Sorry for the long answer. I'm very excited about Logic. PS71, I studied DBMM. I studied DBMM a little bit. It's got a decent story. It's got a CEO who's fighting the shorts. And with enough effort, I think they could go cash flow positive. I don't think they're going to do another deal with the criminals. I wish they would, but I'd buy another 5K to buy the shares. See, you guys, Nuna's smart, so several other people, but right now I'll say it about Nuna. Hey, Miles. Hey, Red Hook. How are you doing? See, I knew it. I didn't want to talk about that. I didn't want to talk about that, Jenny. I sensed that. I sensed that. I'm sorry you had to do another surgery. But I'm so glad that you're on the mend. I'm glad you have such a wonderful family and husband and a moose. And I know you don't believe me, but eventually your body forgets the pain. Eventually you forget all the trouble you went through, and life will be bounding and fun and other things. But I'm so sorry you're going through it. It doesn't seem fair, but I'm sitting here, both my feet are swelling from gout, which is nothing compared to what you're going through, but it's painful. Right? So it's nothing like what you're going through. But it's just a reminder that we all, for some reason, have something we have to deal with. And I think I said it to you. I listened to a priest who, I wish I could find it again, but he died and went to heaven. He had a near-death experience, and in his experience, he spoke to Jesus, he said, and he learned 3 things. Of course, I was listening to him half asleep, so I only remember one of them. But he said apparently he heard it from God himself, the priest did. The message was, suffer joyfully, suffer joyfully. And it sounds such an odd thing, suffer joyfully. But then, on the other hand, what choice do you have? On the second hand, he suffered mightily for us. And on the third hand, the question that atheists ask, oftentimes, and agnostics ask, oftentimes it's the really deep believing people of the Jewish faith who have moved to the sidelines a bit. They often ask this: why, if there is a God, why does he allow all this suffering? And I heard an answer of why, and right now it's not popping in my head. I wish it would, because maybe it will by the time I get down. I heard a good answer about it once. But what's interesting is some people have the maximum horrible, just, oh God, terrible suffering. And others, it's briefer. But it seems like we all have suffering. It seems like we all have suffering. It's unfair. It's unfair. I was always impressed, Janya. He didn't have surgery, but I was always impressed. For years, I wasn't quite sure. I hate to admit this, but this is much younger. I didn't know who is Nelson Mandela. When I'd travel, I'd see signs "Free Nelson Mandela." I'm like, who is he? But then he was released, and I watched him. I listened to him, and I learned a lot from him. And he came out of prison. He was cheated of what, 25 years, 40 years? His youth. But he came out with a big smile, and he didn't have anger, and he was joyful. I learned a lot. I did learn a lot observing Nelson Mandela. I think he's one of the true great men in history that I've been able to see. But anyway, I'm so sorry you're suffering and that you're going through it. I really am. I can't think of that one thing I learned someone said about it, but all I know, Jenny, is I have to admit now, because of my own selfishness, I haven't been good about my prayers every night, but I don't think I'm the only person here. We do pray for you, and I'm so sorry to hear you had to go through another surgery. But I really pray for your good health and that your pain can disappear. And I know you're going to be strong again, and you're going to be able to do everything in life you ever wanted. I love your moose. I love your moose. All right, so let me think about that red hook. I'm sorry I'm so behind. Did I have Schwab and all my MMTLP was changed to NextBridge in Schwab? In Schwab? Did you get screwed? I never authorized them to switch it. No, they can switch it because that's what they were supposed to do. So simply changing MMTLP to NextBridge, that's exactly what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to make 1 share of MMTLP, 1 share of NextBridge. But the question is it counterfeit? Is it real, or is it just an entry? So I still think, and I don't know, I'll try to learn from other people. I still think you should ask Schwab to move your next bridge to the transfer agent. Because reading what you're saying there, Red Hook, there's a possibility that all that Schwab gave you, but they'd really have to be lying and complicit and breaking the rules. All they gave you is an IOU. All they gave you is a counterfeit share. I'm not at Schwab. Let me write it down. I'll try to ask and get an answer. But if I were you, I would move it to AST. And then number one, you'll find out if you're screwed. But number two, if you move it to AST, you know you're not screwed. That's my opinion. I mean, let me say that differently. I said the same thing twice. If they don't move the shares, you know you're screwed. If you leave it here and don't do anything, you won't know whether or not you're screwed. But if you move to the transfer agent, you're bringing the control of the situation in your own own hands, and they can't screw you. So I don't know if that makes sense. But I would move it still. Julie wishes you well. Thank you, Brian. And Ham's the best. I stand by him. Ham should be correct all the time. Well, he thinks so too. No, I think he gets it right 85% of the time. And if you're trading, that's a pretty good track record. But he's been honest about his mistakes. Oh, you sent me a text, all right. Well, that's right. He's not emotional and he understands trading and he understands risk reward. And that's why he's not holding the bag. I think he's also, to add to it, he understands that he's not in front of the screen all the time. So he's willing to buy a story he knows well at the nice price. And if he has to wait, he has to wait. He'd rather do that than come into, for example, GME at $46 this Monday because of all the hype on Sunday. And I'm not poking fun. I'm not doing all that. What I'm saying is when you're buying at 46, there's risk, there's premium. You might be right. But he'd rather buy something that's deflated in value versus what he knows, hold on to it, wait for when the run happens, and then you get out. Pictures of moose. Pictures of moose. Jenny, I'm hearing noise out my back, and I want to finish all this. I also want to shut that door. So I might put your pictures up. Oh, they didn't come in. They didn't come in yet. I might put your pictures up in my next, so everybody can see them. But I'm not going to do it now because it takes so long. Get them there, and it just takes so long. Well, thank you, Toe. I think joining in with the lawsuit is great, and a lot of people have done it. And there's some people working behind the scenes. You don't know their name. They're working their butt off, specifically on that. And we'll get there. That's one of our strengths. But I also want people not to forget to try to make money elsewhere. Let me put that differently, Toe. I think we've been in a 42-year, 40-year, 43-year bull market. I think our last chance, the fifth wave, if you want to call it, the last wave, it can be the third, but I think the fifth wave is the fastest, the steepest, and can be the longest, although I'm not saying it's going to be. But there's going to be a lot of wealth created, in my opinion, over the next weeks, months, and maybe into next year. And it's going to happen so quickly, if you blink, you're going to miss it. And I think we have to move into some of those situations. But guess what? I think it's going to happen in smaller price stocks. I think it's going to happen in the Russell. So I think it can happen in our stocks too. But I think we have to have maybe our hands in several. So we play in some. But then when it's up there, we have to learn our lesson from GTII and FNGR when it was high, and some of the others. Take money off the table. And I've talked about it before, but I'm going to start pleading is stop looking at the dollar as it exists today as your measure of wealth. Use the dollar to create more dollars through the market, whatever. But wealth is going to be how you define it. It's going to be your health, your family, your friends, all that, your business. You know your business, your education. But wealth is also going to be during the period of time that we go from today through panic to tomorrow. And that panic period, only certain things are going to survive as measures of wealth, which can then be traded in for the newly created wealth system, financial system. So basically, if we keep it to dollars, right now we have the dollar or the bond or whatever. We're going to go into this panic period. That's going to be destroyed. We're going to come out of that panic period, and a new negotiation is going to exist. Will it be the dollar? Probably not. Will it? But it could be. It could be that it's the ruble, but probably not. Maybe it's the SDRs. Maybe we win the war and it is the dollar. Who knows? But it'll all be different. Debt will be repriced. Inflation will have wiped out debt. There may have been a depression. Anyway, so we're going to go from the status quo now into turmoil and change. And on the other side, just like the central banks are going to meet somewhere and they're going to come up with a new international financial system, and probably it's going to be the people who have oil, gold, and critical metals that are going to meet at the table. And the new system, it's not going to be Bretton Woods. It's not going to be the dollar is preeminent. We're probably only going to, if I had to guess, we're going to be, we could be a third of it, 25% of it. We're not going to be our 80, 75. And that's why our lives are going to change. But I want each of us to start thinking as if we are a central bank. And so what are we going to have as we go from now through the turmoil into tomorrow to negotiate for money as it's stated then, for the financial system as it's then? I don't think dollar bills today are going to be worth the same thing as the new American dollar or whatever the hell it's called. I think what gets us to preserve our wealth and our independence in the tomorrow, I believe it's probably going to be assets like oil and gas income, like miners, like water, probably farmland, your own education, your own ability to be a plumber, or your own ability to be a lorry driver, or your own ability to teach or be a doctor. Those are things that'll transfer, or whatever. The other thing that I think will transfer: gold, silver, platinum, palladium. Anyway, let's talk about all that later. But right now, Toe, what I realized over the last couple of weeks while I'm waiting, there is still an opportunity to participate in this bull market in U.S. securities intelligently, I think, if I'm right, and I'm getting a lot from other people, if we have this blow off top. But after that, oh my gosh, we better not be in the market. But you can make money in the market on the way down too. You can make money, as my boss used to say, when you're in a bear market, when you're investing, it's no longer the stock market, it's a market of stocks. So you're not investing in the indexes, you're not investing in the mutual funds per se, you're investing in specific situations. Well, that's true, Josh. I don't want to dismiss that possibility. I think Cohen can work with the Wall Street. They can screw the shorts, or they can help the shorts if Wall Street is the shorts. But Josh, I'm not trying to be negative. I think there could be a lot of money to be made. What I'm worried about is the volatility, and if you're buying calls or if you buy the stock hoping to make money in the next 2 weeks. But I'm not against GME at all, and I'm really persuaded when I hear you guys, but also when I hear that their customers are more loyal apparently to them than Amazon customers are loyal to Amazon, and they provide a better service. That's the base. That's the start, and they have all this cash. That's the start of a beautiful new friendship. Well, Josh, I don't think it's bad to buy it at 30. I don't think it's bad to buy it at 46. But we're mixing different goals. To buy it as an investment, I think I understand the theory. And I actually think it's a good theory. And if you buy it as an investment, the short squeeze could still happen. You got to listen to George Donahue. I think I think it makes sense. But if you're buying call options, if you're overextending yourself, if you're hoping for certain that the squeeze is coming, there's a lot of volatility and a lot of risk in the short run. I'm not against it, Josh, at all. I'm not. I'm not. But as a trade, it poses. So it's trading versus investing and everything in between. Oh, Ace is live now. Gosh, I gotta get off. Oh my gosh, PS71. I did the same thing. Without going into detail, I owned a lot of silver, and I sold it. I bought. Well, I went in a couple. Anyway, let's leave all because I'm running out of time. But the story's the same. And I've been hoping to reestablish my silver position. But here it's at $30. And I really thought PS71, MMTLP, I thought Finger, I thought GTII were going to give me trades where I could take 10%, 20% of the profit and reestablish my silver position. So I'm still hoping to buy it back. Unfortunately, I think silver is going to go to $60 by the fall. So then PS71, the question comes, oh gosh, I didn't get in at $30. I didn't get in at $16. I didn't get in $20. If you're listening to me, I think your picture just showed up, Jenny. I think that the key thing is that gold and silver and also mining companies represent derivatively in the sense of through the mine, not through derivatives. It represents real money. And my example of going through now through the panic and getting out on the other side. I think real money is going to start out as gold, silver, palladium, water, food, things that have real value. The income from an oil well. Right now it's priced in these dollars. Afterward, it'll be priced in the equivalent of whatever the new dollar is. Anyway. I know PS7 drives me crazy, but the way I'm looking at it right now, I might never be able to buy it back. But if I'm able to buy it back, I may have to pay twice the price or 3 times the price. I'm still going to do it if I get a chance. I don't have the chance right now, and so it's frustrating. But PS71, and I don't want to stretch it out too much, but this small gold mining deal that out of Nevada that I've told you about, a bunch of text messages that have come all the way anyway. That deal, PS71, it's probably going to close somewhere around this Friday. It might go a little longer. And I'd spent all 2 days with these mining guys, but I'm going to try to get through everybody and finish that up. If you're still interested, by the way, send your interest to Barrand Balanced, my last name and the word balanced at Gmail. What I wanted to say is I just got good news on that in terms of the big amount of money. I just found out we're essentially halfway committed on the total raise. Now, I'm not talking about this small part. I'm talking about the $5 million raise in total. Anyway, the $4 to $5 million raise to build out the plant and to renovate and build out the plant, add equipment, and start producing gold in a pilot plant way. So this is just incredible news. Obviously, when there's a commitment, you gotta wait till the money's in. But this takes, in my opinion, all of the risk out of this small mining deal in terms of delay, in terms of it takes all the risks out. Now, the only risk left is, obviously, can they build the plant in the 2 to 3 months that they said? Yes. Can they then start producing gold in 2 to 3 months? Yes. So I think by the end of the year, first quarter, we're going to have our answer. And it's so exciting, such a big upside. Obviously, there's always a chance. It's speculative. There's always a chance that something in that process, something in the way she moves, doesn't work. But I don't think that's a risk. I don't think that's a risk. But that's why you go through. You don't know for sure until you build it out and do it. But anyway, PS71. I don't know how much silver you had. But if this works, that can outperform silver in a heartbeat. And more than that, it can give a chance. Let's use a 9-month time frame. I'm being precise. Anything can happen. It can take longer. It can take less. But let's say 9 months. If there's good news, that can start showing up sooner, by the way. But let's say 9 months, there's an offer and there's a partial exit. Or there's a full exit, or stock starts trading. We may be able to get out of that trade at short squeeze valuations equivalent to any of this stuff and come back and buy silver. And PS71, I don't want to talk about it live, but I know what I'm going to do if I can. And if we get to that point, I'll let you know. But I'm taking too long and I don't want to talk about it live. Lots of times, if you talk about a strategy, you never do it. John Platinum Croissant. All right, I'll do the platinum to gold ratio. I don't know what it is. I can't do everything. An old silver certificate dollar had an ounce of, yeah, but they separate everything. Fiat currency is just a con game. It's just a confidence game. But that's why we have to have a reset. Palladium is the deal. By the way, this little mining deal I've talked about. Let me check the research before I make a mistake. Let me check. Well, what's PD? He's just using the symbol, but I think it's palladium, but he's not stating it. All right, let me look up what PD is. Darn it, I should know. PD element. Yeah, palladium. That's what I thought. I just didn't want a mistake. This little mining deal in Nevada has palladium, and it has a lot of palladium. But I don't talk about that because I just don't talk about it. But it has a lot of palladium. So this little deal I've talked about has palladium. I don't think he deleted his channel. I think Alice, it's changed to Ace Economics. Ace Economics. Ace Economics. I'm so sorry I'm competing with him now. But yeah, I'm hoping Brent learns his lesson. What I notice about Brent, I really like Brent. I think he works his butt off. He puts good teams together. He networks. He's got great deal flow. I think he does a great job with documents and follow through and all that. One thing I notice in this, because I've known him and known of him a long time, when it comes to that final making the deal, it always ends up with one of these toxic guys. And the problem is, I think Brent is an honorable, good guy. These toxic guys come in and they're liars. And they come in honorable. We're your friend. They're convincing. Anyway, that's just my opinion. There was a rotten egg in the Aubrey Advisors sponsor group. I think I know who it is. But the CAUD board loves Aubrey, loves Pilar. And that's the problem. It's hard to listen and actually believe that people can be smiling and so professional, making so much money. The lawyers say it works, and then they're stabbing you in the back. They're making love to you, and they're stabbing you in the back. But I think he has, by the way, I think he has learned his lesson. And I have a lot of reasons for believing that. And I intend, now that you brought up this logic thing, I'm sorry, I can't blow my nose. This logic thing, I might write a short note to him again or call him one more time. But I think he has. And I think not only that, stick with me. I think he could build a massively successful logic and these other companies that are all the constellation around the original logic. I think it could be good, PS71. So anyway, I'll move on. Hey, Red Hook Tesson. Sorry, I'm so slow. How do I move my MMTLP? Okay, what I did is called in. I have E-Trade, which is Morgan Stanley. I called in. I did it twice. I did it last year and I did it at the beginning of this year. The first time I called in, they told me it was going to cost, I forgot, $600, $500. I said, number one, I'm not going to do that. Number two, that's not right. That's not fair. And I called in again, and I might have described some, without losing my temper, some of the stuff I think's going on. So the third time I called in, I think I had agreed. I said, you know what? I'll move one of my certificates. And I think I agreed to do it at $260 or whatever it was, half the price. But when I called in, they said, well, we're going to do it for $60. I thought, well, okay, I'll do that. Might have been 80, but I think it was 60. And I swear, I think on the first one, they ended up not charging me anything. So anyway, the fee can be reduced. But I'm trying to remember if they made me fill out a form. I don't think they made me fill out a form. They might have. I'm so tired, Red Hook. They may. This is what's coming to my memory, is that I had to print out a form that they had online, fill it out, sign it. The first time, I think I could take a picture of it and just upload it, and everything went in motion. And it took about 2 months. I was worried I'd never get it. I got it. The second time, and I might be confusing it with GTII, frankly. Maybe I didn't have to take a picture of a form. Anyway, because I had to do a form. I've had to do so many forms. But anyway, the second time, the more recent time, Red Hook, I called in. I had to call in multiple times. I'd say maybe 6. And believe it or not, they didn't lie to me. As I called in, they were telling me what they were doing. I was worried I wasn't going to get my shares because I couldn't believe nobody else was moving their shares. And I thought I'd run out. And they charged me $60 this time. So I said, okay, I sent it in, or I just said debit my account. I called a few times. I listened, and I tell you what, 6 weeks I got them, and they overnighted. They overnighted by FedEx my certificates. I still have them here. The question then comes: should you move them to the transfer agent? I don't see any real reason yet, but if there's a fire, you could lose them. But they have a record there. Anyway, it's not that hard. Just basically call in and get ready to call 2 or 3 times, but you can get it done. Russian Navy ships in Cuba. Darn it. I hope you don't go, or your son doesn't go. I hope we don't go to war. I hope we do not go to war. We should be friends with Russia. We should be friends with Putin. So I'm going to tell you if let me see if PS71 is still here. PS71 might still be here. Yeah, he might still be here. So PS71, this report comes now 5 years ago. And I don't want you to rely on it, but this is for this little gold mining company. And the reason I do not want you to fully rely on this number is because I think the company has decided for the time being to separate and focus only on the gold. However, the possibility exists, let me put it that way, that the process they have will pull out gold equivalent, which has a little bit of silver, frankly. Has quite a bit of silver, but they ignore that. But also pull out the palladium at the same time. If so, the number is according to this report, 0.59 ounces per ton of gold equivalent recovered. No, sorry. He's reading it. He's writing it so weird. Okay, sorry. It would be at those prices, it would be 0.59 ounces per ton of palladium, but it works out to 0.35 ounces of gold equivalent. So you go from 0.2 to 0.35. Anyway, don't count on that. I'm just saying there's upside. That's all. I'm just saying there's upside. Potential. All right, so no more comments. I think I'll sign off. 11:47. And if Ace, let me see if Ace is on. I'll give my apologies to Ace for crowding his space. Here, we can listen to this guy.
Today, I want to talk about how Roaring Kitty.
We can listen to this guy. I'd put it on the speaker. He's hard to listen to, but he's enthusiastic. I think he's pretty
Battery 90%.
Sharp, and I do
Connected
listen to him.
Builds iPhone.
Just so you guys don't think.
Is about to cause the AMC and GameStop squeeze all on his own based on the recent options data and how the
Listen to
OpenSea.
this.
Today, I want to talk about how Roaring Kitty is about to cause the AMC and GameStop squeeze all on his own based on the recent options data and how the OCC are trying desperately to stop him. So stay tuned and let's make some money. But I want to dive straight in with the key information. So, Jake tweeted saying, all right, I think I know what he's doing and I wondered about it before and we'll know when his YOLO update comes out. So he said someone brought a crazy amount of the $10 calls back in May when the price was in the $10 range. It's likely Roaring Kitty sold those calls to buy the 5 million shares he has along with the $20 calls. And he said now he's probably hammering the $25 calls and selling the $20 calls. The dude is literally going to gamma squeeze this stock all on his own, and that's what's happening here. Now, that's a great thesis, but is this thesis supported by the data, and is this thesis supported by any facts? Well, for the facts, we'll have to wait until Roaring Kitty's YOLO update on Reddit is released. But is this supported by the data? Well, the Bronx Viking has found out that someone is absolutely hammering GameStop's $50 calls expiring the 19th of July to the tune of...
All right. There's nobody listening, so I think I'll save that for tomorrow, maybe during the day. So I'm going to wish everybody peace, love, and happiness. Particularly, let's give a prayer out for Jenny. Ace is live, so go over to Ace, and thank you for tuning in. Oh, you are here? All right. Well, do you want to hear this guy on GME? I can play it. It's about 9 minutes. It's 9 minutes. It's his theory on GME. It's his theory, which is to say, it is all mine. Let's just do it tomorrow when I'm fresher, and when we're all fresh. Go over to Ace if you. Sorry, I don't know why I'm looking over there. Go over to Ace. Please pray for Jenny L. Pray for the children. We can agree on the children in war zones, and let's pray for peace. Please, the planet cannot take more radiation. So anyway, thank you very much to everyone for tuning in. And let's make sure we can get that back for you. And let's make sure we can get everybody in here owning it. So anyway, cheers. We'll talk tomorrow.